What's up, everybody? Good morning and a very happy Tuesday to you all. A DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk Studios this morning. Appreciate you tuning in, however you're tuning in. If it's on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Available to stream up online at sportstalk1051.com, WAYYradio.com. Got your app, download it, take it on the go. Smart devices like your smart speakers like Alexa, and, of course, the YouTube video stream up and rolling here this morning. What do we have on our game plan for this Tuesday of April 28th? We'll talk some Brewers, talk a little baseball as the Brew Crew gets set to return to the field tonight as they welcome the Diamondbacks to town. Chad Patrick is going to get the start for the Brewers. First pitch at 6:40. Brewers coming in today in last place in the NL Central, 3.5 games behind the top-seeded Cincinnati Reds. So Patrick, 1-1 so far on the season with a 2.35 ERA. He is coming off of a loss against the Tigers back on the 22nd, where he went 4 innings, giving up 6 hits, 4 earned runs. So looking for a little bit of a bounce-back game for one Chad Patrick tonight. The Brewers will have this 3-game series against the Diamondbacks before hitting the road and heading east to take on the Nationals. So we'll talk some Brewers, talk some baseball here this morning, throughout the morning here. Also, want to chat a little best of, all right, best available now that the NFL draft is in the books and all that good stuff. I want to take a look at maybe some veteran free agents now, because I think this is the next wave of free agency coming. Maybe not right away, maybe when we get closer to camp and in July and such. But kind of looking at, all right, who are some of the veterans that are available? And they're probably most likely going to be players that are going to be signed to 1-year deals. Okay, so it's probably going to be a veteran, just a 1-year type of deal. There's some well-known names out there, but are they good fits, decent fits for the green and gold? And if you did your homework assignment, if you were listening yesterday, I asked you to kind of take a look at some of the players that were available, and you let me know who you think the Packers should maybe bring in on a 1-year veteran deal. So I got a few. All right, I'm not saying they should bring all of these players that I'm going to mention here, but I got a few that I think would be solid fits for the green and gold. So we'll take a look at that and get your input on it as well. We're going to catch up with RJ Cardinal here in a couple hours to do some Badger chat. We'll talk a little bit about spring football practice. We've got some more Badger hoops talk, both men's and women's basketball. Hitting the transfer portal, getting some new players in. So we'll chat a little bit about that with Mr. Cardinal coming up at about 8:20 this morning for our Badger chat. Since it is Tuesday, it is a Toyson Ford, a Grind My Gears Tuesday. So what in the world is grinding your gears, peeps? All right, let me know. Get it off your chest. Send it on over. Make it appropriate. Best ones we'll read up on the air. Also, since it's about a Feel Better Tuesday, what's your sports confession? Do you got a confession? Maybe it was something from the draft this past weekend. Maybe it was something else, Brewers-wise, or whatever the case may be. What's your sports confession? What's your sports confession? All right. Send it on over. Also, one more thing coming your way. I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. Fill in the blanks. I'm not saying blank, but I'm just saying blank. All right? Let's have a little fun with that here. So that's your game plan here for this morning and wherever our conversation may take us. So that's kind of where we're at here this morning. So start to hit us up with some messages on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line at 715-830-1912. You can also join in on the Section 105 chat on YouTube if you would like. Let's get your input. Let's get your thoughts on that. Also, I forgot to mention here a little bit too. Going back to a little homework assignment. Who would be next on your priority list if you are a Packers fan? So we got Jaden Reed signed up and such. So who would be next in your priority list in terms of re-signing or giving an extension to somebody that is on this roster? Is it Watson? Is it Devontae Wyatt? Is it Tucker Kraft? Is it, maybe somebody else? Or who, maybe if you don't want to use the word priority, maybe who do you think is more important for Green Bay to kind of lock up? And I want your thoughts on Lucas Van Ness. Should the Packers pick up the fifth-year option? Should they pick up that fifth-year option for Lucas Van Ness? Because we're starting to see teams. The deadline is approaching. It's May 1st. All right, it's coming up on Friday. They have to decide then. Should they do it? Or do you think maybe the draft with the new kid from Penn State coming over kind of maybe said, no, then you factor in Colin Oliver, Barron Sorrell, where maybe Green Bay's like, no, we're good. We're not going to maybe invest all that money and let Lucas Van Ness play out this year and see what they got, and then maybe you franchise tag it, or maybe you can come to a deal. How would you approach this fifth-year option debate for Lucas Van Ness? And then finally, going back to the priority thing, the other homework assignment I asked you, put yourself in the cleats, the shoes of one Christian Watson. Do you bet on yourself and not sign an extension right now and hit free agency and maybe get top 10 wide receiver money? Or do you take security? Try your best to come at it from the shoes, the cleats of Christian Watson and not from the fan side of it. Fan side of it, you're probably saying take it now because it's probably going to be cheaper if he balls out, if he plays out. But put yourself in the shoes of one Christian Watson. You got to factor in, hey, I've been banged up a few times and such. I'm coming off of a good year. My stock is pretty high right now. Do I bet on myself or do I take that security? All right. Start to hit me up with your answers on that. So let's take our first break, and then we'll get going on the leadoff. That's your game plan. All right. Let's get into the leadoff. We'll take a quick break and be right back in just a couple minutes to get this Tuesday morning rocking and rolling. Oh, we got more deals going on at our good friends at Hy-Vee in Eau Claire. We're talking about some sales going on with Gatorade. I mean, now is the time with Little League and softball and T-ball. You're probably trying to find some of those quick snacks or hydration for the kiddos. Take advantage of that. Maybe, speaking of snacks, my kid's a big fan of Goldfish crackers. Hey, 2 for $4. 2 for $4 going on right now at Hy-Vee. How about $3.99 each of bubbly 8-packs with the purchase of 2. My kid, again, I'm going to use him as an example. When he was younger, would call it spicy water, so that's what we call it in our house now is spicy water. But we're big on those beverages as well. 3 for $10 Jack's Pizza. Load up the deep freezers, especially for some quicker meals and such. You got $3.99 each with the purchase of 2 for Doritos chips. We were just debating in the house yesterday what flavor is the best Dorito. $2.99 on 24-pack of Hy-Vee water bottles. I mean, you got everything that you need for some quick meals, quick snacks, especially if you're going to be on the go because it is the busy time of year. And as always, don't forget you can save some money at the gas pump by shopping at Hy-Vee with your fuel perks. But you can also go to Hy-Vee in Eau Claire's Facebook page to check out the latest deals and all the happenings at Hy-Vee in Eau Claire. We got the leadoff going on right now, and we'll kind of, mix and we'll go back and forth between a little Brewers chat as we get set for tonight's game 1 of this 3-game set against the Diamondbacks. We've got Chad Patrick on the mound for the Brew Crew, but also we'll go talk a little football here too now that the draft is over with. I call it the next wave of NFL free agency where it's loaded up with some veterans maybe that you could get on a 1-year deal. And these are just a quick kind of rundown of some of the veterans that are still available. And if we maybe just look at some of these players, does any one of these players maybe stand out to you in terms of like, yeah, I'd like Green Bay to maybe add that player to a 1-year deal? You got Juwan Jennings, the wide receiver formerly of the 49ers. You've got Taylor Decker, left tackle from the Lions. I would imagine he's probably looking for a starting spot, though. Joey Bosa still out there. Bobby Wagner, Stephon Diggs, Deebo Samuel, Jadeveon Clowney, Rasul Douglas, David Njoku, Keenan Allen, Nick Chubb, guard Will Hernandez, Calais Campbell, corner Mike Hilton, defensive tackle DJ Reader. You've got, if you want another veteran edge rusher, Von Miller's out there. Tyreek Hill is out there. Mekhi Becton, the guard, interior guard, left tackle Cam Robinson, Cameron Jordan, defensive end Trayvon Diggs, who spent a quick hot minute with the Pack. So any of those names, or maybe there's some other ones out there that I just didn't mention that you already kind of did your homework like a good student, and like, no, this is the player I'd like Green Bay to bring in for a 1-year deal. Any of those names kind of maybe trip your trigger or get you like, I wouldn't mind that. And kind of give me a reason why. All right. Give me a little bit of a reason why. So, let's, okay, I got an unknown texter here. Give me a name if you're a first-time texter. We appreciate. Van Ness needs to step up big time, the texter says. The kicker the Packers have now can't handle pressure and needs to be gone. So I'm assuming you're referring to Brandon McManus and not their new rookie kicker. Appreciate you texted in. Let's go to the phone lines, the Shoe Doctor's bullpen line this morning, and say good morning to one Seabaum. Good morning, sir. Chadwick Seabaum, how are you doing?
Good morning, El Capitano. It is a beautiful cloudy Tuesday, but it's not snowing, so I'll take it.
Exactly, end of April here, so we're getting into the good time of the year here, man. April showers bring May flowers, right? So it'll warm up, buddy.
It will. Hey, I'll tell you what, great conversation here. You're starting with the group out here. I got to jump in the 105 chat room here when I get to work, but and I actually have been looking forward today. Are you going to have Joe on later to talk some of these draft picks that we got?
That's Wednesday. This is Tuesday.
Wednesday.
Yeah.
Oh, see, here I'm fired up. I'm thinking it's Wednesday for crying out loud. Good Lord. I'll tell you what, I'm looking forward to that conversation because I'll be honest with you, I don't watch a ton of college football. What I get out of these players is what you see leading up to the draft and when they actually do the draft picks and they talk about the players. So I'm excited to hear a little more in-depth analysis of the picks we got here. But I thought we did good in the draft.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Well, let me ask you, though. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. You shoot.
No, I was going to say, I mean, you know a lot about the players that are in the NFL right now. So is there any of these free agents, the veteran free agents that are still out there that you think would be good fits for the Packers? Because I feel like this is another wave where you're going to see a lot of these guys just sign one-year deals, which would not break the bank for a team like Green Bay, who's still looking to probably get some extensions done for some current players.
Yeah, no, I think and that was my reason for chiming in here is to talk a little bit about the free agents, because I would like to see some depth at corner, whether it's Rasul Douglas or just somebody to give some depth there. But one guy I would really like to see them go after is Deebo Samuel. And the reason being is he's 30, so he's still got a little left in the tank. He came from Shanahan's system where he was electric out there in San Francisco. And I think we've lost a lot of depth in that wide receiver room, right? And nobody's really stayed healthy for a full year out of the group we've got. So I think a little more depth at wide receiver and a solid veteran presence that knows the system and can be used kind of in that switchblade type of role. Deebo Samuel, I think, would plug right in and be instant value for the Packers. You know,
Deebo is such an interesting player because I'll be honest, like I'm kind of surprised he's still out there. Like you said, he's 30 years old, and it's not like he's coming off of a really bad year. He played 16 games with Washington. He had over 700 yards receiving, which was more than the prior year when he was with San Francisco. He had 5 receiving touchdowns, which was more than the year prior. So I'm a little surprised that he's still available, to be honest with you, because I think he is a versatile wide receiver. Now, he's only had over 1,000 yards one time in his career, but he's a guy that he's not like your perimeter guy, right? He's not going to be that big down the field type of receiver. And to be honest, I wouldn't be completely opposed to that, because I think there's one thing too, is that we know he plays hurt a lot too, and I know he gets banged up quite a bit because of the role that Shanahan has asked him to play over the years when he was with San Francisco. But I don't know, man. I'm a little surprised he's still available out there.
Well, you know, I think, yeah, his numbers don't pop off the screen. You got to remember too, he didn't have Jaden Daniels for most of the year last year.
That's
so
true.
I think that, you know, he would be an instant, and we don't need him to be 1,000-yard receiver catching 15 touchdowns. We need somebody that can move the chains on 3rd and 6, and a guy who can, you know, run those jet sweeps and catch the balls across the middle. And I think he'd be a perfect fit. I would be ecstatic if we got him. I think he'd help that offense tremendously. And he doesn't have to be the guy, you know, he just has to be one of the guys. So we'll see. I would like it.
I mean, I know, and I think you know as well how many times we've gone up, or the Packers have gone up against the 49ers, and it feels like Deebo's always made a play or two against Green Bay, so we should be very familiar with what he could potentially do. I know it was a few years ago, but, I mean, we've seen it firsthand, right?
You know it, and I'd rather see him doing it to other teams than having it done to us.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, really quick, before I let you go, the other question, or really quick, 2 more questions. Do you pick up a 5th-year option on Lucas Van Ness, and who's the next priority in terms of locking up?
So I believe LVN, and I don't know the exact number. What is it, 13, 14 million, something like that for the 5th year? Do you know what it is?
I'll look it up here quick just to confirm it, but I think you're right. It's around 13, 14.
Okay, so if it's 13 or 14 million, I think it's a no-brainer they pick up that 5th-year option. And why? If you look at the average salary of a defensive end, I think is 13 million. So I think Lucas Van Ness is an above-average edge rusher, and he adds value, especially when Parsons is there and Van Ness can just go crazy. I think they pick it up. Now, and to the second part of that question, they need to lock up Watson. So if extending Van Ness or picking up that 5th-year option hinders their ability to pick or to extend Christian Watson, then I think we got to let him go, and we got to go with our new draft pick out of Penn State, that Sutton guy, right? And I don't know, like I said earlier, I don't know a lot about these draft picks just from what I've seen and heard, and it sounds like that Dennis Sutton's pretty solid, but I don't know that he's going to be Lucas Van Ness when Van Ness is getting her going.
Yeah, it's about $13 to $14 million. It looks like from my quick search over here. So for LVN, but yeah, I almost feel like, do they do kind of a prove it type of deal? Remember, was that the Nick Perry situation from a few years ago? But that could also be a cautionary tale, right? You know, Nick Perry had that really great season. They lock him up, and then that was the last we heard of Nick Perry.
Yeah, I think the writing was on the wall with Nick Perry, though. He was a different. You know, with Lucas Van Ness, you're getting everything every time he's out there. So
that's true.
The work he puts in has never been questioned, and I think there was some questions with Perry, kind of like Rashawn Gary, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point. So, hey, C-Bomb, good to hear from you this morning, buddy. Appreciate the phone call.
You bet. Thanks for having me, El Capitano. You have a great week, and I'll look forward to that conversation tomorrow. God,
all right.
dang, I thought it was Wednesday.
Sounds good. All right. Thanks, buddy. There you go. There's C-Bomb hopping off on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. So how about the rest of you? Would you pick up a fifth-year option for one Lucas Van Ness with the deadline looming coming up on Friday, knowing it'll be, let's say, closer to $14 million if we round up, if we do a basic roundup? So let us know. All right, let us know. Hit us up with your quick thoughts. And given the fact that the Packers did not draft a wide receiver and they've moved on from Dontavian Wicks and Romeo Doubs, would you kick the tires on a Deebo Samuel player for a 1-year deal? Would you be interested in that? I'm not quite sure what the asking price is or anything like that, but just straight up, would that be somebody that you would be willing to bring in? I'll kind of go through a few of the other players that I wouldn't be opposed to. And then again, I don't think that they're going to get all these guys or anything like that. But when I look at this list of some veteran free agents, the names that still kind of pop out to me: Rasul Douglas. I know he's 31, but I think he can still play at a high level as a rotational player. Trayvon Diggs, I wouldn't be opposed to bringing in on a 1-year deal. Some other guys, DJ Reader, if we want a more prototypical nose tackle defensive lineman for some depth and just to bring in to help stop the run, I wouldn't be opposed to that either. Calais Campbell for 1 more year, why not, bud? Get that ring. Try to get that ring. Very familiar with Jonathan Gannon from last year. You would think it would be an easy transition. I wouldn't be opposed to that. Those are a few names that kind of jumped out to me. And maybe there's another veteran backup tackle out there, because I don't think Taylor Decker is going to come and just be a backup. Maybe it could be wrong. Could be completely wrong. And I don't think Cam Robinson would be that way either. But, again, could be completely wrong. But if there's another, backup tackle out there that could come in and maybe get you some reps at left tackle specifically, if Jordan Morgan were to go down or just to add some more depth to that position too. So those are the names that kind of jumped out to me. I wouldn't be opposed to any of those. So how about the rest of you? Let me know. Let's take a quick break. We got plenty more on this, though. We'll be right back after these quick words. Hey, sometimes accidents happen, but getting your vehicle back to normal does not have to be stressful. And at Superior Auto Body, they specialize in getting your vehicle looking right again after dents, dings, or collisions. And the best part is that they handle that insurance process for you, working directly with your provider to make things simple and hassle-free. No runaround, no confusion, just quality work in a team that's got your back every single step of the way. Get your vehicle back on the road with confidence. That's Superior Auto Body in Eau Claire, where the job gets done right. Brew Crew back at it tonight, taking on the Diamondbacks of Arizona. Chad Patrick is going to take the hill, going to be on the mound here for the Crew. Coming off of his recent game against the Tigers, it was a loss back on the 22nd, where he went 4 innings, 6 hits, 4 earned runs with a couple of strikeouts. When we look at what Chad Patrick has done so far this season, he has pitched in five games, so this will be his 6th game coming up here. And that Tigers game was, I think, fair to say, numbers-wise, his worst performance so far this season. I mean, it was the game that he's given up the most earned runs. I mean, when you look at his previous games, he only gave up 1 earned run against the White Sox back in March, 1 earned run against Toronto. So other ones, he didn't give up any earned runs. So looking for a little bit of a bounce-back performance here when it comes to Chad Patrick. And if you're looking at the Diamondbacks lineup, I mean, there's really not a whole lot of experience going up against Chad Patrick here. So maybe that nice advantage for the Brewers and Patrick and such. But the Diamondbacks, they're coming in with a 15-12 record in that National League West division that obviously features Dodgers and Padres going back and forth. At the top, you've got the Giants mixed in there as well. So, but looking at the Diamondbacks, here's just a few numbers to kind of maybe watch here for the Diamondbacks, and maybe if we did a little keys to victory. They're not a big home run hitting team. In fact, they're ranked 20th out of 30 in total home runs. They're tied with the Rockies and the Kansas City Royals with just 27 home runs so far this season. But the Brewers, they're second to last. They've got 19 total home runs. So you look at what the Diamondbacks do and what the Brewers have, it's like, well, that's quite a bit more, right? But the Brewers, even though they don't hit a whole lot of home runs, they still find ways to manufacture those runs and score those runs. They're 11th currently right now in the league in RBIs with a .127. But the Diamondbacks are right behind them at 126. When you look at the Brew Crew, too, in terms of we're staying with the offensive side here, they don't strike out a ton. They're 22nd in total strikeouts, which is good in this case. But the Diamondbacks are even better. All right, they're 3rd best in the entire league in terms of their strikeout numbers on the offensive side. All right, they struck out a total of 209 times, the Brewers at 225. If you look at batting average, Diamondbacks, they're one of the best. They're a top 10 team. They've got the 6th best team batting average at 255. If you're wondering where the Brewers are at on this list, they're 24th at 231. Well, how about OPS? Diamondbacks are still a top 10 team, 736 OPS. Brewers-wise, 26th, 678. You catching a theme of what's going on lately here for the Brewers? A lot of offensive numbers, right? How about the pitching side of things? Let's take a look at team ERA for this thing. Whose pitching staff is performing better? Well, the Brewers are a top 10 team. They're 8th right now in all of Major League Baseball with a 3.82 ERA. The Diamondbacks, they're 23rd, 4.53. If we look at opponent's batting average, the Brewers coming in at number 12, 237. The Diamondbacks, 22nd, 251. In terms of strikeout numbers, the Brewers are just outside the top 10 again. They're 11th. The Diamondbacks, second to last. So their pitching staff, the second fewest strikeouts. They've struck out batters 204 times, whereas the Brewers, 250. So you've got the Brewers' strength is obviously pitching, going up against the Diamondbacks' strength, which is offense and hitting right now, if we look at these numbers. If we look at where everything is kind of standing right now, and the biggest weakness for the Brewers is offense, whereas the Diamondbacks' biggest weakness so far is pitching. Which one is going to win out? There you have it. You're going into AmFam Field here as well. I'd be a little nervous with that. And it's not like the Diamondbacks are blowing the doors off of home run numbers, but, man, they're hitting them at a better rate than the Brewers right now. I think the biggest key here for a Brewers victory, we know it. Can they get any production from the offense? Can they get this thing going? Can other guys, pun intended, step up to the plate and be consistent contributors? Get this thing back on track here a little bit. Hits are contagious, man. Hits are contagious. Let's get this thing going. Keep it going. I think that's the key for tonight and for this series and going on right now. I think if you polled Brewers fans, which area do you have more confidence in? Is it pitching? Is it defense? Or is it offense right now? And even though the Brewers have had some errors defensively, I think 9 times out of 10, probably even 10 times out of 10, a lot of people will pick the pitching and the defensive side until we see something more from a consistency standpoint on the offensive side. So, again, first pitch is at 6:40 tonight. You can tune in to the radio dials of 105.1 FM and 790 AM to tune into that game coverage. Pre-game coverage will begin about 35 minutes prior. But the Brewers are entering today's game last in their division. Right now, when you take a look at the NL Central, it is still the Reds on top. Cubs, 1.5 games back. Pirates, 2.5 games back. Cardinals are 3 back. And the Brewers are 3.5 back. Looking at the rest of the NL Central, the Reds will begin a series with the Colorado Rockies. You've got the Cubbies taking on the Padres, the Pirates taking on the Cardinals, and then the Brewers taking on the Diamondbacks. So the Dodgers have joined the likes of the Braves as the 2 lone teams, or the 2 first teams, to hit that 20-win mark. If the Yankees win tonight against the Rangers, they will be the 3rd team to hit 20 wins on the season. Padres could also do it too if they beat the Cubs tonight. So, but I know everybody pays attention. A lot of people pay attention to the Dodgers, but Padres right now they're playing some really good baseball too. They're just a half game back from the Dodgers for that top spot in the NL West in the early goings of this Major League Baseball season. So, okay, we got to take our final break here. We'll get to that, and as we start to wrap up the first hour, it is a Toyson Ford Grind My Gears Tuesday. What is grinding your gears? Also, your sports confessions. Okay, it's about a Feel Better Tuesday. And then fill in the blanks. I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. And I got another thing I want to throw out to you just to kind of get your brain thinking here a little bit. Something I was watching last night because we were rained out from baseball. And it got me thinking about something. So I want to throw it out to you, to the rest of you. That's coming up after this really quick break. The fields are coming back to life. Just got to drain out a little bit from all the rain. But it is spring sports season in the Chippewa Valley. So whether you're stepping up to the plate or maybe hitting the track, getting back on the field for your weekend warrior activities, make sure that your body is also ready to perform. At Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, their team specializes in keeping athletes of all ages healthy, strong, and in the game. From injury prevention to expert care and recovery, they've got you covered every single step of the season. So don't let pain keep you on the sidelines. Get back to the game with confidence. Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, helping you move better, playing stronger, and staying in the game. If you're just joining us and you want to chat a little football, we'll get to that. We'll get back to that coming up a little bit later on. But take a look at some of the free agents that are still out there in the NFL world and give me who you think would be a good fit. Maybe if you're not a Packers fan, but you want to chime in with your favorite team, I'm all about that too. So hit us up with that, okay? If you are a Packers fan, I also got a couple more questions to throw out to your way. Do you pick up the fifth-year option for Lucas Van Ness? That deadline is coming up on Friday. And put yourself in Christian Watson's shoes. Do you take a deal right now for a little security, or do you bet on yourself? Don't come at it from a fan's perspective. Come at it that you are Christian Watson. You bet on yourself, maybe you get top 10 wide receiver money. Or do you take the security? Knowing that, yeah, I've had some injuries and such. So we'll get back to that coming up a little bit later on. Don't forget, it is also a Toyson Ford to Grind My Gears Tuesday. So hit us up with what's grinding your gears. Also, your sports confessions and your I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. I want to throw this question out here. So we had a little rain delay yesterday for baseball, so stuck at home. So I'm like, I'm going to catch up. My boss was telling me last week about this Hulk Hogan documentary on Netflix, and I didn't know that it was on there. So I'm like, I'm gonna check this thing out. So I'm almost done. I'm like halfway through the final episode. All right, and I think it's pretty good, but it got me thinking. Like, I would not consider myself a wrestling fan. I would not consider myself a former wrestling fan when I was a kid. However, when I was a kid, I mean, I had the Hulk Hogan wrestling buddy. You know, I had some toys of him. I had the video game, Nintendo and Game Boy and such. And it got me thinking, who are some of the other athletes outside of the big, let's call it the big four? NFL, Major League Baseball, NHL, and the NBA. Outside of those four, I mean, probably should even throw soccer into this one, but I'm going to leave soccer out of this. Outside of those, who is another, like, sports figure that they had such a impact on our culture, sports culture, or however you want to phrase it, that even though that maybe you weren't a fan or you wouldn't consider yourself a diehard fan, that maybe you still like, hey, I know who that guy is or that person is. Maybe you even had some swag or toys of them or whatever. Like, because I was thinking of this, thinking about this and watching. I'm like, oh yeah, I had that wrestling buddy. Oh yeah, I had that video game. Oh yeah, I had that. I probably never watched a wrestling match of Hulk Hogan though in my life, even as a kid. But I had the stuff as a kid because I knew who he was. I knew who he was, even though I wouldn't consider myself a fan. And it got me thinking, outside of those outside of the four, the NBA, the NFL, the NHL, and the ML and Major League Baseball, who else is like that had such a big impact on sports culture? Tiger Woods, Dale Earnhardt. Like, I wouldn't consider myself a NASCAR fan, but I'd throw Dale Earnhardt in there and maybe even I've always said Tiger's made it cool to golf for my generation. It's what got me really to go golfing. My aunt kind of started me into it, but Tiger just kind of like made it cool for me. So who are some of those other sports figures? All right. Think about that for a little minute. It got me thinking. Because I think a lot of us know who, like, Hulk Hogan is. But maybe it wasn't the biggest fans. So stay away from football, like NFL, NBA, or basketball, or Major League Baseball and hockey. Those are the 4 sports to kind of stay away from. I'm looking at, not necessarily, favorite players that you weren't a fan of their teams or anything like that. I'm looking at, who do you think had big impacts on sports culture, even though you may not have been a fan of that sport? But you're like, gosh darn it, I didn't realize, maybe you weren't a Tiger fan, but you wore the Tiger Nike golf hat. You know what I mean? Like I remember a bunch of people wearing the Tiger Nike golf hat when I was younger, but they didn't golf. But they liked the look of the hat. So something to ponder about. Let me know. Okay? Hit me up with a quick message on that either Shoe Doctor's bullpen line or the Section 105 chat. I did post it up on my Facebook page yesterday too, and we got some good answers. Cale Yarborough had a ton of Hardee's NASCAR swag from our neighbors, and obviously Dick Trickle, says Brad. We had Earnhardt. Mike Tyson was a pick. Greg Norman from Adam said, and it's not even close. He was Tiger before Tiger, for those that know. Tony Hawk, I think, is a good one. Maybe for people like my generation playing the Tony Hawk video games and such. I remember like a couple times, but I was not a skater or biker or anything like that. Muhammad Ali was a pick on there. So those are some solid ones. Keep those coming. All right, just a few minutes left to the top of the hour here. So we'll get back to some of your comments here in just a bit. But really quick, we've got Morgan. Good morning, Morgan.
Troy Aikman. That was the big thing that nobody had to be a fan of, but they would wear cowboy jerseys.
No NFL picks.
None?
No NFL picks.
I didn't hear that caveat rule.
No NFL, no NBA, no NHL.
Oof.
It's sports culture picks. Like Hulk Hogan. I was not a wrestling fan.
I grew up watching wrestling.
Hogan. But I had Hulk Hogan stuff.
Okay.
That sort of stuff. I probably never watched a wrestling match, but I had the Hulk Hogan wrestling buddy.
Oh, man, I grew up on wrestling. We had Jake the Snake Roberts, Andre the Giant. They snap into a Slim Jim, and then Rowdy Roddy on the mix as well.
Yeah. Did you watch the Hogan doc on Netflix?
No, did you?
I'm halfway through the final episode.
Thumbs up?
It's really good.
Is it?
Yeah. No, it's got Jake the Snake on there, too.
Does it? No, I remember that was my dad's thing. He had only girls, but I remember we would sit and watch that every single weekend morning. That was like the thing in the house. And there was Snook Splash was a thing. The guy would stand on the corner of the ropes and then jump down onto the stomach of somebody on the ground. Snook Splash.
Look at you dropping some wrestling knowledge right now.
Oh, I know wrestling.
Wrestling.
I grew up on it.
Wow.
So my sister and I would do that to one another. Incoming Snook Splash right into the guts, man. I'm telling you, it was brutal. But overall, when it came to wrestling, that was like what my dad and I would watch in the mornings and the weekends and stuff. So my dad, also the biggest BSer of all time, told me as a little Morgan that he was a wrestler. Because when you're little, you don't know what your parents do for work. You're like, he was a wrestler. I'm like, okay, that was a wrestler. That's why we watch it all the time. So sure enough, we go to school. What do your parents do?
Ah, that's awesome.
Yeah. So little kindergarten Morgan says, my dad wrestles. That's what I thought his job was. And he still has, I'll out him on this, he does still have a Hulk Hogan handlebar kind of mustache thing going on from back in the day.
Was that his guy?
Yeah, he was a Hogan guy.
Yeah. No, it's a really, because it's the last time. It's the last time Hogan ever did an interview.
Oh,
so,
yeah?
It's
so it's
fresh.
worth watching?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Definitely.
Well, and Thorpe, we have not too far from here, we have wrestling ties as well with Big Jim Gagne in Thorpe in that place too.
Yeah.
So
Vern is actually name dropped by Hulk Hogan in this. So
is he?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll have to watch it then.
Good. So
okay.
Yeah, for me not being, I played the video games and had all that stuff.
Why didn't you watch it? Just not into it?
Probably.
Yeah.
I never had a problem with it. It just never really stuck to me, I guess.
What, like the theatrics of it, or just?
I think that's awesome. Like I love
That's the fun part about it. Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, exactly.
And I remember there used to be a guy, the most obnoxious person. My sister and I would always hate this guy. Do you remember Mr. Ass back in the day? He wore pink and had like the lips. Yeah. I was wrestling. That's how we were brought up. So.
I'm impressed.
It's superhero day though, so we'll do one superhero question for you, or a couple here if we have time. See how you know your superhero trivia. Where's Captain America from?
America.
No, city. I didn't even know this. Apparently, he has a hometown city.
15 seconds. I should know this from the movie. I have no idea.
Brooklyn.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah.
All right.
One more, really quick.
Well, instead of that, how about I just give you my best Hulk Hogan? Brother!
Second hour, kick it off right now on this Tuesday morning of April 28th. Thanks for hanging out with me this morning. Hopefully we can continue to hang out for the next 3 hours here. So hit me up with some more thoughts on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912, or join in on the Section 105 chats Before the top of the hour, I threw out the question because I was, again, watching the Hogan documentary on Netflix with it rain out yesterday. And I'm almost done. I got like half of the final episode left to go here. But very good. And I just kind of threw out the question, besides a football player, besides basketball, like NBA, NHL, and Major League Baseball, who's been another sports figure that has had such a huge impact in sports culture where maybe you're not even a fan of the sport, but you were kind of maybe affected by it? Like, I would never consider myself a diehard wrestling fan or watched it as a kid, but I had the toys, I had the video games, and I played. So Hulk Hogan to me was one of those. Mike Tyson, a couple of you, Hetch also texted in Tyson, and Sam texted in Tyson and such. And that's a good one, too, because, one, I've always said I wish I was a bigger boxing fan. Like, if boxing was what it used to be back in the day from all the older stuff that I watched and that, man, I think I would be a bigger boxing fan or a huge boxing fan. But, yeah, Tyson's a good one, too, because, I mean, again, maybe for my age group, Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. A lot of us played that, if not everybody of my age group on Nintendo played Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. We may not have been boxing fans or even really knew a whole lot about Mike Tyson, but we played Punch-Out. For crying out loud, I had in my room as a kid, my garbage can was Punch-Out. It was a Punch-Out garbage can. I wish I still had that game. But yeah, that's a really good one too. Tiger's up there for me, as C-Bomb texted in Tiger. He said, what do we got here? Tiger changed the game, flipped it on its head, made the game cool. Waste Management Open would never have become a party without the game being cool. Tiger did that. No golfer hit the gym until they had to try and keep up with Tiger. They had to change golf courses because of Tiger. Tiger is the most influential player of any sport ever, in my opinion. Andre Agassi, this comes from Brad from Bloomer. I remember, too, in my younger years, I attempted to be a little bit more of a tennis fan because of Pete Sampras and Andre Agassi in watching some of those matches. But I knew who they were. We have Smuck says, here's one that was popular as a young kid in the 70s, Evel Knievel. We've got C-Bomb also says, fun fact, the Hulkster was my hero as a child into my early teens. When I was 12 or 13 and first started to get hair under my arms, I would pluck them out because I wanted to be like Hulk Hogan and have no armpit hair. Oh, my God. Yes, I was an idiot. Not much has changed. He said, okay, would that be, C-Bomb, as your sports confession for today, since it's a sports confession day? Can we say that's your confession? I think that's a good one. That's a good one. So, oh, man, that's awesome. Thanks for sharing that, C-Bomb. So who else are we missing, or who else would you kind of put your vote to? There's got to be more. I like the Tony Hawk pick that somebody had on my Facebook page. I think that's a really good one, too. Maybe not the most popular for a lot of people, but, I mean, a lot of us know who Tony Hawk is. May not be, skater, bike, but I remember, man, again, when I was in middle school, the Mongoose bikes, everybody wanted a Mongoose bikes with the pegs on the back. Heck, I wanted one, and I didn't even know how to do tricks on a bike, but I was just like, hey, I kind of want one of those too. And I think I ended up getting like a knockoff, and it was the worst bike I ever had because I had to bike up hills to go to school in that, or to go to the card shop, and it was the worst bike to have for that. I just wanted a bike that had pegs because everybody else had it because of like Tony Hawk and skating and that. So, who else out there are we missing? It's got to be more. Got to be more. Michael Phelps is a good one. Sean White's a good one. Thanks to EC Ryan for texting those in. Yeah, very good ones. Michael Phelps, absolutely. Sean White, heck yeah. Snowboarding trend, yep, 100%. Those are good ones too. Appreciate those texts. Who else are we missing? We got to be missing a few more. Trying to think of like some. Again, we're looking outside the NFL, looking outside of Major League Baseball, basketball, and in hockey for this exercise. Call it the Big Four. I would say, too, like right now, this one's kind of teetering on the edge, but my kid, again, I'll just use an example. He has never played soccer, but he is apparently a big old Lionel Messi fan. Like, he's got a poster of Lionel Messi. He's got a shirt of Lionel Messi. He's probably never watched him play at all, but he knows who he is from the stuff that he follows on sports and all this other, toy stuff. Now he has thought about, an interest of trying soccer and playing soccer because of all that. But he knows those guys. And, he has a soccer ball of... which one is it? Is it Brazil? I think he has. I'm not sure. But with the World Cup coming up here too, I'm curious to see if he's going to be into that. But yeah, he's got a Lionel Messi, shirt and poster hanging up in his room. So I know soccer's kind of on the edge here in that. So, but all right, keep those coming. That's a good conversation. I like this. All right, hit me up. Even if you if you don't have a new one, but you want to kind of put your vote to somebody, who was maybe that for you? All right, who was that sports figure outside of the four that, you weren't a big fan, or maybe you don't consider yourself a big fan of that sport, but gosh darn it, they had maybe a big impact on you, or you still kind of had some of their swag or whatever we want to call it. I want to get back to some more football talk coming up here in just a little bit. If you're just joining in, threw a few questions out to you related to the Packers. But, hey, if you're not a Packers fan but you want to chime in with your favorite team, let's do it, okay? I call this the next wave of free agency, the veteran free agency. There's still some veterans out there that are probably going to be one-year deals. For your favorite team, if it's the Packers or maybe somebody else, who is somebody out there that you would like to see your team maybe bring in for a one-year deal? I'll just give you some names that are still available out there. You got a Juwan Jennings as a wide receiver, Taylor Decker as a left tackle, Bobby Wagner, Joey Bosa, Stephon Diggs, Deebo Samuel, Jadeveon Clowney, Rasul Douglas, David Njoku, Keenan Allen, Will Hernandez, Calais Campbell, Mike Hilton, DJ Reader, Von Miller, Tyreek Hill, Cam Robinson, Cam Jordan, Trayvon Diggs. Any of those names, be like, oh, man, I hope my team brings them in on 1 year. Now, this is for the Packers. Do you pick up the fifth-year option on Lucas Van Ness, or do you let him play out his final year? That option, or that fifth-year option deadline is coming up on Friday. We've seen some teams already picking it up. And then put yourself in the shoes or the cleats of Christian Watson. Try to come at it from his side and not as a fan. What would you do if the Packers approached you with a contract extension? Do you bet on yourself and say, I'm going to stay healthy this year, I'm going to put up some numbers, and I'm going to get top 10 wide receiver money in free agency next year? Or do you take the security now? Try your best to put yourself in his shoes, because I think it's a decision he's going to have to make. If he goes out and balls out and, say, has over 1,200 receiving yards and double-digit touchdowns, look at what Romeo Doubs got. $70 million contract. Watson, honestly, probably would get over a $100 million contract if he hits those numbers, like a 4-year, $100 million contract, 5 years, something like that. But if you were to take a contract right now, it's probably going to be a little bit cheaper. So what do you do if you are Christian Watson? All right. That's the question here. So let's kind of reset. Keep those picks coming for like a I'm trying to think of a proper title name for this topic, like sports culture icons. Oh man, I'm struggling here a little bit, but you know what I'm getting at. So, all right. Let's take a quick. Oh, C-Bomb Andre Agassi brought out a lot of tennis fans in the early 90s. I had to have his shoes. I cannot picture you, C-Bomb, as a tennis dude. Man, that's another confession right now. All right, C-Bomb's leading the way in confessions. So, all right, let's take a quick break. Back with plenty more coming up after these quick words. Our good friends at AGM Automotive have a heck of a deal going on right now. So maybe before you get set for some road trip season and hitting the roads and that, take advantage of their spring special. All right, for only $199, $199, you get an AC system check, new cabin filter, synthetic oil change, tire rotation, safety inspection, fluid top off, all that for just $199.99. So you can make your appointment by heading to AJM Automotive Services, or you just check them out on their Facebook page, and it's right there at the top, and you can book at either of their locations on Brackett Avenue or Bellinger Street. All right, so get your vehicle ready to do some traveling, especially if you're going to be doing some ball traveling with the kiddos for Little League and softball or whatever the case may be this summer. So we got a really fun conversation going on. I'm glad I brought this up. I wasn't sure if anybody would kind of chime in that, but I like to mix it up here a little bit with this. So if you're just joining in, kind of threw in because I've been watching the Hogan documentary, and it got me thinking, outside of an NFL player, a football player, a basketball player, hockey or baseball, who is also maybe like this big figure in sports, like this iconic figure that maybe you weren't a fan of that particular sport. You wouldn't consider yourself a diehard fan, but man, maybe you like for my example, I had the Hogan toys, I had the video games, but I wouldn't consider myself a wrestling fan. And honestly, I don't remember watching him wrestle live, like on TV. But I had stuff because I knew who he was. Who were some of those others like that? We have more Michael Phelps picks coming through. C-Bomb on the Section 105 chat. Well, that was the Michael Phelps pick was from Brandon on the Section 105 chat. C-Bomb says, I wasn't really a tennis fan, but Andre Agassi was cool. It was the Bo Nose era, and Agassi was the rebel tennis guy with long hair, breaking the tennis mold the way Tiger broke golf. Those that missed out on the 90s really missed out on life. Dude, 90s, I miss it. I wish there was something that I could, like a content thing that, we could do like 90s. I still think I should do like a 90s podcast, but I don't think anybody would even listen to that. So, but I really like the Shaun White and Michael Phelps ones too, and the Tony Hawk picks. Those were good ones. So again, just kind of looking at for maybe, again, you don't necessarily Michael Phelps or like Tony Hawk was a great one too. I'd never watched biking or skateboarding. Played the video game and I wanted a mongoose bike with the pegs, but I didn't know how to do tricks or anything like that. So it doesn't necessarily have to be an athlete or a sports figure that got you to watch something either. It just could be like, yeah, I know who they were and I wanted to be like that person, but I'm not a fan of that sport or something like that. So we'll get back to some more of those coming up here a little bit later on. So, but keep them coming, and I'll get back to your messages and such. So I just got to minimize it so I don't get sidetracked in that. But anywho, continue also to send me your Grind My Gears Tuesdays, brought to you by Toyson Ford. Also, I'm not saying, but I'm just saying, and your confessions, like C-Bomb has already confessed to a few of them here. But Packers wise, football wise, who are some veteran free agents that are still out there that you would like to get? Actually, I got to bring up the text line here because I did have a few. We got a Calais Campbell from Pat. We've got a Rasul Douglas from Tim. Travis is saying Trayvon Diggs. Another Trayvon Diggs from Greg. Jake is saying Calais Campbell over there too. And then Steve is saying Rasul Douglas. So we had a couple of Deebo Samuel picks as well. We got Doug saying Deebo Samuel, and I think, where's it? Here we go. Kyle also said Deebo Samuel. So continue to send those on over. Honestly, I feel like now they're not going to get all these. I can make a case for Deebo. I think that's an interesting one. Although the more I think about it with Deebo too, I don't think Green Bay does it. I wouldn't be opposed to it. But I feel like that's why they drafted Savion Williams last year, was for a Deebo Samuel type of role. Because you go back to Savion Williams' draft profile. Let me bring it up here. Because his player comp was Cordero Patterson, which is similar to a Deebo Samuel. And the overview of him was developmental wideout who offers an alluring blend of physical gifts and untapped potential. Williams is big, strong, and fast, but very raw as a route runner and is unreliable with his hands. His production is uneven as a traditional wideout, but he adds a dynamic kick to the offense as a gadget runner and as a catch-and-run option underneath. He excels on power sweeps and is willful enough for consideration on short yardage and goal line carries on direct snaps. The ball skills can be hit or miss, but there are flashes to work with on tape. The difference between a siren song or a pot of gold could rest in Williams' technical development and creativity of his play caller. One scout has said, it's so hard not to fall in love with all of his traits. Worst case scenario, you let him return kicks and find a way to get the ball in his hands 5 or 6 times per game on offense. And I think that's what Green Bay tried to do last year, and it didn't really work out to a sense. But I feel like that's Savion Williams. They drafted him for a Deebo Samuel type of role. So while, again, I wouldn't be opposed to it, I'd be intrigued with it. I think Green Bay, the more I thought about it, I think that's why they drafted Savion for that role. I wouldn't be opposed to a DJ Reader. I know they drafted a defense tackle, but, having another guy that is on your line as an option to, his role is just straight up, I'm there to play the run downs, the early downs, and to stop the run. That's what I'm here for. That's what I'm getting paid to do. I wouldn't mind having that guy on the roster. Calais Campbell, a veteran, familiar with Jonathan Gannon's system. I know he's 40, but guy still plays at a high level. I mean, you're talking about a big defensive lineman. What a great mentor for the new rookie to have a Calais Campbell type. I mean, you kind of in that mold, body-wise, too. So I wouldn't be opposed to that. I wouldn't be opposed to Trayvon Diggs or Rasul Douglas coming in. Add a little bit more veteran group to that defensive back group. Maybe a backup left tackle. That's kind of, backup left tackle. Because I think Kennard he could probably get over there too, but he's more suited for the right side. Because I think Taylor Decker and Cam Robinson are going to be looking for starting opportunities somewhere. But hey, if they're willing to take a backup role somewhere, why not? That's kind of where I'm at, and I don't think they'll get all of those guys. Those would be the names that I'd probably kind of lean towards a little bit. The Lucas Van Ness one to me is interesting because, I mean, let's take a look at the Packers depth chart, and if you're just joining in, we're talking about should you pick up the 5th-year option for Lucas Van Ness because it's going to be a guaranteed, let's say about $14 million cap hit for next year. Okay. That's what's at stake here. And looking at this Packers depth chart now, after the draft and that, you look at the edge rushers or weak side linebackers, strong side linebacker, however you want to phrase it, okay? Micah Parsons. Right now it's Brenton Cox Jr., Barron Sorrell, Colin Oliver, Lucas Van Ness, Danny Dennis Sutton, Aaron Mosby. There's 7, right? Is that 7? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 7. I wonder if that pick of Danny Dennis Sutton maybe it tells Green Bay or maybe tells us they don't pick up the 5th-year option for Lucas Van Ness, but that doesn't necessarily mean he would be gone after this year. Just because I think, you look at that, and I know it's asking a lot to say, hey, Brenton Cox Jr. is going to be a guy, or Barron Sorrell is going to be a guy, Colin Oliver, Danny Dennis Sutton. We don't know, right? We don't know any of this stuff. Now, Mike is a big fan of Lucas Van Ness. We heard that last year. And it makes the decision a little bit more difficult because of Lucas Van Ness getting hurt last year and missing quite a bit of time. It makes that a little bit more of a difficult decision. Now, if, let's say, Lucas Van Ness, let's say the Packers decline his fifth-year option, and they go out there, or he goes out there and he balls out. He just goes out there and balls out. They could do the tag to protect themselves. It would be, maybe a very familiar of a Nick Perry situation where he balled out in that contract year. They locked him up, and then, you can see that case and what happened and such. It's a tough decision. I can see either side of this thing. Now, if it comes at the expense of trying to lock up somebody, like a Christian Watson, which I don't think it would, or a Tucker Kraft, which I don't think it would. But if it did, okay, let's throw this out there. If it comes at the expense of either keeping Devontae Wyatt or Lucas Van Ness, who would you rather keep? Because Devontae Wyatt's playing on the fifth-year option right now. I'm sure they would like to extend him and have him sign a contract extension. But if it comes, maybe they've got Tucker Kraft, all right, locked up. Christian Watson, locked up. They already did Jaden Reed. And now they got to decide between a Lucas Van Ness and a Devontae Wyatt. Which one would you rather have? Which one would they rather have? I'm probably leaning towards a little bit more Devontae Wyatt. That's just kind of where I'm at. So, what say the rest of you? Let me know. That is a good pick, Brad. Said Happy Gilmore made golf cool as well. You can't tell me you haven't tried his swing. I think anybody who has golfed has at least tried the Happy Gilmore swing. No question about it. So, all right. We got to take a quick break. Back with plenty more, though, coming up after these quick words. With spring here in the Chippewa Valley in the state of Wisconsin, it is time to get back outside and enjoy the season if it's not raining, that is. And whether you're heading to the range or maybe getting ready for some hunting season or just gearing up for some time in the outdoors, Tilden Gun is your local stop for selection, service, and expertise. They offer a wide range of firearms and accessories along with a knowledgeable staff who can help you find exactly what fits your needs. No pressure, just straight answers and real guidance. It's about making sure that you're comfortable, that you're confident, and you're ready for the next outing. Spring is the season to get prepared, to get organized, and to get outside. And Tilden Gun is here to help you do just that. So stop on in and see what they've got in stock and why so many in the Chippewa Valley trust them year after year. So I've been asking you to put yourself into the shoes of one Christian Watson. What would you do if the Packers approached you with a contract extension? Do you bet on yourself for this year to maybe put up some big numbers and you get a bigger contract next year? Or do you take the security? Now, I know it's hard. Okay, I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of that. It's hard. As a fan, it's like, oh, take the security because it's going to be cheaper. That's the big thing. And I'm sure some fans will be like, no, don't sign him because he gets hurt all the time. Well, Green Bay wants to sign him, okay? That's going to be the case. It's tough. And then you look at the current team right now. No Romeo, so there's going to be more targets. No Dontavian Wicks. Matthew Golan's going to get some more targets, of course. Tucker Kraft is still there. Jane Reed's locked up. But, boy, and it's hard because what would be the extension that maybe Green Bay's offering right now? Yeah, well, I couldn't. Let's say it's a Romeo Dobbs type of offer right now, where it was like 40 years and 70-some million. If he goes out there, he balls out, he could potentially get over $100 million on his next contract. That's kind of what's at stake here. You're talking about maybe a $30 million total difference. Do you bet on yourself? Or do you take that security right now? I don't know, man. I thought I was going to have an, but the more I think about it, it's hard because I think you'd want that money right now, right? You want that security. You want to be able to have that in your bank account, and then, you don't have to worry about, what, pressing or anything like that. But then at the same time, to maybe potentially miss out on $30 million. I'm just throwing that number out there for argument's sake here. Whew. That's a big chunk of change. That is a big chunk of change. And for a wide receiver, this may be the only time, just kind of looking at Christian Watson here. He is 26 years old. Would it be his first and last big opportunity to go out there and get a big deal? Or would he be willing to take like a 3-year deal, kind of like Jaden Reed, and then re-hit the market again? Man, this is a tough one. It's a tough one. I want Christian Watson on the team because right now, I know there's some fans that don't want Christian Watson or don't think that he's, a number one or you shouldn't sign him up or whatever the case may be. But to me, if we have a number one wide receiver, it is Christian Watson right now. From a talent perspective, what he brings to the table, he is the number one receiver if we had to label one of these guys. What he brings to the table, the skill set, he is the one. And I'm sure, like any good agent, any good representative that he may have, that's where it's going to start with negotiations with Green Bay, right? He's a number one receiver. That, whether you agree with it or not, that's the approach his representatives, that's the approach his agents are going to have with this thing. So, let's say Green Bay throws him an offer that's similar to a Romeo Dobbs right now. That's a lot of money. Do you take that for the security, or do you try to bet on yourself? Knowing that, hey, there's 2 fewer receivers now on the depth chart. I'm going to be coming in healthy. I've got the rapport with my quarterback. I have a really good chance at putting up some good numbers. Honestly, I think if I'm Watson, I might try to bet on myself a little bit. That's kind of where I'm at. If I'm Watson, if I'm putting myself in his cleats, his spikes, his shoes, I might be saying I'm going to bet on myself this year. But if Green Bay is going to throw out a contract offer that's already maybe close to that value, then yeah, sure. Now, Green Bay has historically, I mean, you look at Jane Reed's contract. That is like Randall Cobb's contract, his first contract outside his rookie year. I remember Jordy Nelson signing his first contract after his rookie year. Same with Devontae. You know, you look at Devontae, he signed that guy. It was Ted Thompson's like final move as general manager. He signed Devontae to an extension. And then it was like if Devontae would have hit the free agent market, he would have like made a boatload of cash after that. So maybe we're going to see a similar thing here with Christian Watson. But man, I want to see Watson back. I want to see him locked up. I want to see Tucker Kraft locked up, and I want to see Devontae Wyatt. And I think if it's between Devontae Wyatt and Lucas Van Ness, I think I'm going with Devontae Wyatt. Brandon's mom says, Tiger for me, made me watch him play golf. Chuck Liddell got me watching MMA, says Mike. Surveyor says, if we're going just people, it's Rulon Gardner. I wrestled but never watched it. But seeing him, this barrel-chested man that looks like Farmer John from the road, beat arguably the greatest Greco-Roman wrestler in history, and a Russian nonetheless, sparked an interest that still lives in me. By the way, the Russian was undefeated going on 13 years before he wrestled the Rulon and hadn't given up a point in 6 years. This wasn't just an upset. It was an all-time upset. So, C-Bomb says, I say Wyatt and Watson are a priority. I'd throw Tucker in there too, though, man. I want Tucker there for a long time. All right. Hey, keep those coming. Again, if you're just joining in, let's reset it before we approach halftime here. We got one more segment before halftime. What's grinding your gears? Our Toys and Ford Grind Our Gears Tuesday. I'm not saying, but I'm just saying, fill in the blanks. Your sports confessions. I don't know if anybody can top C-Bomb's sports confession from today. And then kind of a topic off the trail or off the road here a little bit. Give me, outside of a football player, outside of a basketball, hockey, or baseball player, give me a sports figure, sports person that had such an impact on the sports world where, and I'm using the Hulk Hogan example. I would never consider myself a wrestling fan. I honestly probably don't remember ever watching a Hulk Hogan wrestling match. But I had the toys. I had the video games. I had the wrestling buddy. I knew who he was, even though I didn't watch it. Knew who he was. Who are some other sports figures that maybe fit that same category? We've had some good names. Keep throwing those out there if you haven't had a chance to chime in on that. So, all right, we'll take our final break, and we'll be right back to wrap up hour 2 and head into halftime. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Spring is here, and it is the perfect time for a fresh start and a new ride. Whether you're planning those road trips or maybe tackling some weekend projects, or you're just ready for something new, now is the time to upgrade. And at Toyson Ford, you will find a great selection of trucks, SUVs, and cars built to fit your lifestyle, your budget, and your budget. Plus, their team is here to make your car buying experience easy and stress-free. This spring, drive something that you love. Toyson Ford, your next adventure starts here. So speaking of Toyson Ford, what is grinding your gears, peeps? Okay? Get it off your chest on a little feel-good Tuesday. All right, I'll get to my grind my gears coming up next hour. So, but really quick, kind of an update on where things are at in the NBA playoffs and the Stanley Cup playoffs. I know a lot of you are probably a little bit more interested in the Stanley Cup playoffs right now, but with the NBA last night, the Orlando Magic picking up another win against the top-seeded Detroit Pistons. Orlando up 3-1 in that series with a 94-88 victory. OKC sweeping on through, taking down Phoenix. And then Minnesota falling to the Denver Nuggets, 125-113. So that series is now tied at, Minnesota is up 3-2 in that series. So we've got games coming your way tonight. If Boston wins tonight against Philadelphia, they will move on. They're up 3-1 in that series. Atlanta and New York are also in action. That is tied at 2 apiece. And San Antonio, if they win tonight, they will move on against Portland. They are up 3-1 in that series as well. Stanley Cup playoffs, and I know a lot of people going to be watching tonight's game. We've got Minnesota taking on Dallas. Series is tied, series is tied at 2 apiece. So that game going to be at 7 p.m. when the puck drops. Other games tonight, we've got Boston and Buffalo. Buffalo leads that series 3-1, so if they take the W, they will move on. Anaheim and Edmonton is also in action. Anaheim's going to be taking on Anaheim is up over Edmonton 3-1. Games from last night, we had Pittsburgh defeating Philadelphia. So Philadelphia still leads that series 3-2. And then Vegas avoiding a 3-1 deficit, they get the win in overtime to even up that series at 2 wins apiece. So it's kind of where we're at right now in the NBA playoffs and NHL or Stanley Cup playoffs. So, but we got C-Bomb, I'm curious, did you watch the documentary on Hogan? Because C-Bomb says my wrestling fandom fell off the map after WrestleMania 6 when the Ultimate Warrior beat the Hulkster. I was so depressed, I said I'd never watch it again. They talk about that one in the documentary, so that's where I'm kind of curious, C-Bomb, if you've seen it. So, but we got more picks, a couple more Michael Phelps picks. Tyson is probably the second most popular one so far. A few of you have chimed in with Tyson as well. So Andre Agassi has been mentioned a couple times here. Tony Hawk has been mentioned a couple times too. So try to think about some other ones out there who would also be out there. I'm trying to think of more off the top of my head. Outside of football, outside of basketball, baseball, and hockey. I mentioned soccer already. That's kind of a fringe one. I would almost put them in there, but I keep going back to my own kid as the example there. He doesn't play soccer. He has not watched soccer, but he's a Lionel Messi fan. So he's got posters and shirts of him. So I'd kind of keeping that one a little bit on the fringe to that. But Tiger's been a very popular one too. I'd probably say Tiger and Tyson is probably the two most popular ones that have been mentioned outside of Hulk Hogan. But keep those guys if you want to chime in and add on to those votes, or you got another name that you'd throw out there, send it on over, okay? Coming up next hour, we're going to switch gears and chat some Badgers in about 25 minutes or so with RJ Cardinal. So we've got lots to catch up on in spring football, but also basketball, both men's and women's teams with the transfer portal and such. So we'll hit that up with RJ. I mean, the women's basketball team for the Badgers right now seems like they're doing a decent job or really good job of bringing in some new talent and such. So Badgers have also added a couple more, including the return of Nolan Winter. So we'll hit up RJ with that Badger chat. Also coming up in the next hour, we'll do some Grind My Gears, brought to you by Toyson Ford. I'll also do a little sports confessions, and then probably in the 9 o'clock hour, I'll get to my I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. So, but you can send those on over 715-830-1912 or hit us up on the Section 105 chat. So, Carrie Shrug. Okay, yeah. That's a good one, Matt. That's a good one. The Williams sisters in tennis. Yeah. I know we've had a few people mention some NASCAR drivers, too, with Earnhardt and that. Not looking for what documentary you want to see next. We're just looking for the impact in sports culture or our culture from sports people. So not necessarily looking for who they should make a documentary on. So keep those coming. All right, we'll get back to more of those coming up a little bit later on. Also, if you're just joining in, Packers fans, I want to hear from you. Do you pick up the fifth-year option on Lucas Van Ness or not? It'd be $14 million guaranteed. Not this year, but it'd be for next year. Or do you say, you got to play it out this year? You got to play out your rookie contract this year. What do? Do you pick up the fifth-year option or decline it? You're Brian Gutekunst. You've seen what we have seen. Obviously, he knows a lot more behind the scenes and such, but given what we have seen so far and given the roster, do you pick it up? And who are some veteran players? I'm calling it the veteran free agency. Who are some of the veteran free agents that are out there that you would like to see Green Bay maybe pick up on a one-year deal? We went through a list and such, but if you got another name or if you got one of those names that intrigued you, send it on over. We'll get back to some more baseball talk here, as well as the Brewers will be back in action tonight with Chad Patrick on the mound. They'll begin a 3-game series against the Diamondbacks, and this is a series where you've got the strength of the Brewers is their pitching. The weakness of the Diamondbacks is kind of their pitching, but the weakness of the Brewers is their hitting. Strength of the Diamondbacks is their hitting. So it's like strength versus strength, weakness versus weakness with these two teams. Which one is going to prevail? It's kind of where we're at when you look at some of those. We looked at some of those numbers and rankings and statistics a little bit earlier and such, but we'll get back to some more baseball talk as we get set for Game 1 of the series. The Brewers open up the day today in last place in the National League Central. So I think we can all agree. Let's get some offense going. Their offensive numbers have really fallen off here in the last few games and such, which probably is no big surprise. But all right, shot clock's going to cut me off, so it is halftime, peeps. We've got some news updates, and then we'll be back here in just a couple minutes to kick off quarter number 3, hour 3. We'll be right back. All right, here we go. Third quarter is kicking off right now. Thanks for hanging out with us this morning. If you're just joining, where the heck have you been? You've been missing out on some good stuff here. But thanks for hopping aboard if you're just joining in right now. We've got RJ Cardinal coming up in about 20 minutes or so. So we'll talk some Badgers with him, a little spring ball practice, some hoops and such. But we'll hit that up with Mr. RJ again at about 8:20 this morning. We'll get back to some more football talk here as well. Even if you're not a Packers fan, but you're a fan of another team, I'd love to hear from you. Who's a veteran free agent right now? Because I think you're going to see these veterans that are still out there maybe start to sign one-year deals and such after teams have gone through the draft and plugged some holes. Now they kind of look at their roster and be like, okay, where do we still need some improvement? So with that being said, if you are a Packers fan or maybe a Lions fan or a Vikings fan or a Bears fan, who's a veteran free agent, or give me a couple that you would like to see your team go out there and try to sign to a one-year deal. Send those on over. Share it with the rest of your class, with the rest of the class. We got a Toyson Ford Grind My Gears Tuesday. What's grinding your gears? You can share that. I'll share mine a little bit later on this hour. Also, it is a I'm not saying, but I'm just saying Tuesday, plus some sports confessions. What is a sports confession that you would like to throw out there? Let's get to a Surveyor Sam Grind My Gears Tuesday. Surveyor's always up for a good Grind My Gears. He says, DK, I'll tell you what's grinding my gears. The fans that are calling certain players busts or reaches before they've played a snap in the NFL. The truth is, we have no idea who is going to be good and who is going to be bad in this league. They can have all the talent in the world, but a bad group of guys around him, I think is what it's supposed to say. We could have a fifth rounder be a future Hall of Famer. We have no idea, and the, quote, experts don't either. Let's just let the boys play and see who can make it and who can't. There are countless stories of guys who were taken in the 4th through 7th round who make a very good living playing a long time in the NFL, and the exact opposite for many first and second rounders. How many players do the Browns, Texans, Jaguars draft every year highly that end up out of the league in a few years? How many late-round picks do the Packers, Patriots, and Eagles have that are playing through multiple contracts? It's not who you draft, but it's where those guys go that matters. Culture matters. Hey, I'll kind of piggyback off that, Surveyor, if you don't mind me doing so. With my Grind My Gears, I was going to hold on to it a little bit, but my Grind My Gears is I think draft grades are dumb. I think they're pointless right after a draft for the same reasons that you put out there, Surveyor. Now, if you phrase it or you put it out there in terms of maybe like, okay, I think they did a good job here of addressing this position and addressing that position, and frame it that way because, okay, it was clearly obvious this team maybe had a need here and this is where they draft. But to grade it based off of players and where they were drafted, I think is ludicrous. Let's revisit it in a couple years to the points that you made there, Surveyor. I think draft grades right after a draft are ridiculous. I get it's content pieces. I read them. You read them. We probably all read them. Just to kind of get a sense of what everybody says. I mostly read it to kind of get what they think about, the players themselves and such. And when I see draft grades come out and articles come out or podcasts come out where they're saying, well, this player drafted here, that's why it's a bad grade. Like Green Bay, this is one of them. And I'm not trying to back up Green Bay, but to me, this is kind of a lame excuse. One of the grades I saw Green Bay got was a C. And the reason being because they only had 6 picks and they didn't have a first rounder. What? Well, I'm sorry, but the first rounder was Micah Parsons. And they had 6 because they traded around such. I mean, so you get a C for that? That to me, no thank you. That doesn't make any sense. So draft grades, hours after the draft is over with, after a round is over with, they grind my gears. No. No, thank you. So All right, and I was going to save that, but Surveyor, you got me going right there because I agree with you. And I'll even add more to it now. Okay, so I'll add more to this, Surveyor. I'm going to piggyback off you again if you don't mind, because now you've opened up a little bit of a dam here. I'll call out fans who just complain about draft picks from their own teams too. Oh, that guy that was a bad pick. Oh, Goody had an awful draft, or so-and-so had an awful draft. What are they doing picking that guy? You know what they're doing? They're doing their job that they probably know a lot more about that player than all of us. Now, we could talk about it. We could banter about it respectfully and be like, but at the end of the day, we don't know how these guys are going to play. We don't know what their careers are going to be. These scouts, this is their job. This is their livelihood. You think they're purposely trying to pick bad players? I'm sorry, but I'm going to trust their opinions right now more so than mine or anybody else's that just watching stuff on YouTube or watching it on TV. It's like when I go to a doctor, I'm going to trust a doctor and not WebMD or the actor on TV or something like that. Be like, oh, well, that, I got the same symptoms as that, and on TV it's this. I'm going to trust my doctor. Just like I'm going to trust people and scouts that are this is what they do for a livelihood. And so immediately after a draft or immediately after a pick, when you've got people upset and complaining and like, oh, that's an awful pick, we don't know. Let's let it play out. See how it plays out. And then hopefully we're like, hey, in a couple of years, like, dang, we hit that one. Nailed that one. Or maybe maybe in a couple of years you end up being right, and then you know what? Pat yourself on the back because you got it right. But I agree, Surveyor. I think so much is culture. Where the player is drafted, the position, not the position of the draft that they're in, but the position that they're put in themselves as a player. I mean, you can look at some of the quarterbacks in recent history. Sam Darnold gets drafted by the Jets and then kind of just gets cast off like, okay, bust. Goes to Carolina, not great. Resets his career by going to the 49ers to be a backup. Goes to a great situation as a backup, but Kyle Shanahan and that thing. And so then he gets another shot, probably his last shot with the Minnesota Vikings. Again, another good situation with that head coach. Balls out. And then what happens a year later? He's a Super Bowl champion. Baker Mayfield to the same extent too. Gets drafted by the Browns. And then he was like cast off everywhere. Carolina with Sam Darnold. Then they released him. The Rams brought him in for a hot minute because they were desperate for quarterbacks. Kind of resurrected his career in Tampa. Probably was going to be his last shot. But even remember his first year in Tampa, he was in a, quote, quarterback battle with Kyle. Was it Kyle Allen, I think, or somebody else? I can't remember who it was. Or Trask? Something like that. It's so dependent on where these players go. And I get it, where some players, I think sometimes you see players like, they may say, I don't want to go to that team. I don't want to go to that franchise. There was a little bit of that with remember the Caleb Williams stuff? Maybe it was his dad or something. We don't want to go to Chicago. I mean, look at where the franchises are run. If you're a quarterback, do you necessarily want to go to these teams that have historically been bad at developing or finding quarterbacks or putting players in good positions? No, you probably don't. It's so dependent on the structures of these franchises, the coaching staffs that they have in play, the front offices that they have in play. There's so much that is dependent on that situation that these players get drafted in. You're right, man. And some just historically do it better than others. Before we get to RJ, I wanted to bring this up just really quick for baseball. MLB.com just dropped this a little bit ago. So they Took a poll. Biggest surprises and disappointments so far, plus predictions from executives across Major League Baseball. Let's see if the Brewers show up anywhere in here, shall we? Which team has been the biggest surprise? Top two are from the NL Central. Not the Brewers, though. Pirates received 4 votes. The Reds received 3 votes. The Twins tied them with 3 votes on there, too. Cardinals received 1 vote. The team that has been the biggest disappointment by a wide margin, the Mets, 10 votes. Red Sox 3, Phillies 2, Blue Jays 1, Mariners 1. Which player has been the biggest surprise? Top 2, Reds. Or top 2 in the NL Central. Top 1 was Jordan Walker from the Cardinals, had 6 votes. Sal Stewart from the Reds, 5 votes. NL Central, popping up again. No Brewers yet. Which player has been the biggest disappointment? Rafael Devers from the Giants, 7. Next closest was Jesus Luzardo with the Phillies with 3. Devin Williams getting 2 votes on there, too. Division by division thoughts. We asked each executive which team was the best in all 6 divisions. Here's the breakdown. In the AL East, not even close. Yankees got 16 of the 17 votes. Blue Jays got the other one. American League, Tigers, 15. I don't know. So why is it 16 to 1? The math isn't adding up here on some of this. 13, 14, 15, 16. Maybe that's supposed to be 15 to 1 because American League Central, Tigers got 15 votes, Guardians 1. American League West, Mariners got 15, Athletics 1. National League East, Braves got 13, Phillies 2, Mets 1. National League Central, Cubs got 10, Brewers got 4, Pirates got 1, Reds got 1. Here's a couple comments from different executives. It should be a fascinating division to watch with 4 legit playoff contenders and 5 teams at or around 500 and above. That being said, I think Chicago's offensive firepower will separate them, and they couldn't be more injured in the bullpen right now. Eventually, those guys will get back. Another, that was from an NL executive. An AL executive had to say, tough call between Milwaukee and Chicago. Milwaukee has an incredibly deep starting pitching, and are a premium defensive club. The Cubbies have the impact bats. When the injuries start to pile up, the Brewers are better positioned to weather it. Another AL executive, the Pirates have a rising group of young talent on the current roster who are producing, while their veteran additions in the offseason have come in and made a positive impact. They've been hitting for power, have a balanced lineup, and their pitching staff has been impressive. In the National League West, even with the Padres playing well, they got all the votes. As one executive said, do we really need to ask this question? Another one said, if you can find something new to say about them, you're better at this than I am. All right. So, but again, NL Central coming up in some of the biggest surprises, both teams, players, and in terms of the competitiveness of this division, which is probably no surprise for a lot of us following baseball. All right, let's take a quick break. We're going to switch gears, and we're going to talk some Badgers with Mr. R.J. Cardinal. He's coming up after these quick words. Don't forget to get your two-person team into the Kasper Classic coming up Friday, August 7th. Just head to our website at sportstalk1051.com to sign up your two-person team. Spots are already going, so if you want to make sure that you secured your spot, C-Bomb, noticed you haven't had a team signed up yet. So, but nonetheless, get those in by going to WAYYradio.com. We got the 3 tee times. We got the 3 tee times available, 7:30 a.m., 10 a.m., and 1 p.m. And a big thanks to all of our partners for joining up this year. Hy-Vee, Myron Construction, VFW Post 305, Window World, Superior Auto Body. If you're interested in partnering up to help support Backyard Dreams, let us know. Or if you'd like to donate maybe a raffle basket, raffle prize, or anything like that, because all the proceeds are going to Backyard Dreams, let us know, and we'll get you set up. So RJ should be calling here, and there he is right there, Mr. RJ Cardinals. Let's do this. Let's switch gears here a little bit and chat some Badgers here this morning. And joining us as usual every Tuesday morning, we've got Mr. RJ Cardinal. Good morning, sir. How are you doing?
Hey, doing pretty good. Had a nice little weekend. Went to the Brewer game on Sunday, so
at least you got to see a win.
Yeah, right. So that was pretty good. But yeah, overall, doing all right. How about you?
Not bad, man. Not bad. So I'll be going to a Brewer game myself next week, seeing the Yankees and Brewers. So
there you go. Hell yeah.
Yeah. So all right. Hey, let's lead off talking some hoops, shall we? Because we got an answer about Nolan Winter. Just like you said last week, predicted it, probably what happened after we got done talking. And lo and behold, Nolan Winter, he's back with Wisconsin. He apparently told his agents that he wanted to come back to Wisconsin. Still weird, RJ, to hear a college athlete say agents and wanting to return to that.
Yeah.
So, but, Wisconsin's also added a couple more players, from international market. I know Isaac Riddle's coming over to Wisconsin and that. So, first off, why is this a big deal that Nolan Winter is coming back for Wisconsin, in case anybody's like, why should this be a big deal for Wisconsin?
Well, I guess kind of reading between the lines, he said he had probably, not, I think he directly said it, there were better offers elsewhere, but he wanted to be a Badger. Told his agents, basically, I think he understands how it works. You work for me. Make what I want to have happen. It's not going to be more money in your pocket, but it's going to make me happy. And then, as we move into my professional career, I won't drop you because you didn't do what I said.
Right.
So I think that's a good thing there. I mean, it's going to be a different scenario every time because apparently, and this is just going off of places on Twitter that seem to be very well connected with things that haven't been wrong on a lot of stuff they report, but also not a real name. It's some of them are the anonymous kind of names, but they seem to be right on a lot of stuff. They tried to tell Bielauskas the same thing, but turns out he lets his agents do his decision making for him, not necessarily the other way around. So
gotcha.
It'll be a case by case scenario of how this kind of plays out. But it sounds like he wanted to remain at Wisconsin, even if it meant less money. But ultimately, he thinks the best way for him is to be happy, develop here at Wisconsin, and still try to make the NBA through the Badgers. So good news there, and we'll see what happens this season for him. But I guess it's good to have somebody say that out there. This is the best spot for me to make the NBA.
Right. Yeah, no doubt. And then I know, a couple, we've got Isaac that's coming over. We've got in-states guy for anybody that is wondering, from Mount Horeb, Josh Manchester.
Yep, from Mount Horeb.
Yeah, so
one of the state's top all-time scorers, I think. So that's good to see. I believe he's taking a preferred walk-on role, and so the in-state kid coming. Now, granted, it'll be like those ones where it's like, well, you're not getting the kids from this area and things like that. But also, I think we've found out there's kids who just aren't going to come here, no matter what.
Right.
So when you can get the ones, like you had Middleton with Will Garlock, Mount Horeb now, with Manchester, there's kids who are going to want to come here. There's kids who won't. That's fine. You can recruit those kids, and they still don't come here. And people will get mad because now I don't know what the excuse is, because the offense is totally different and is in line with what the rest of college basketball is doing now. So now it's just going to become these guys don't want to come here, or they don't think they can be a one and done at Wisconsin. Maybe it's they're not getting paid enough to come here. I don't know. But I believe even with the addition of the one after Manchester, there's still one roster spot available, because the Badgers only played with 14 last year, because what's-his-face from Temple ended up getting kicked off the team because he gambled on sports in games he played in. So, I believe one more roster spot available, probably going to end up being a forward, I think. I think when I was going through stuff last week after Winter announced that they had two roster spots available, it could have probably gone to two forwards, or you could still have kind of gone a guard and a forward. But, I think the final roster spot could end up being a forward here. But, so we're almost to the point where we have a roster for next season.
Nice. So, hey, on the flip side, though, too, it sounds like the women's team is even adding some players. I mean, getting a 5-star recruit to come over that was at Iowa, was it Addie Deal is coming over to Wisconsin. So, I mean, that seems like a big hit for this team. Yeah,
they actually got two women's players from Iowa. The one from McFarland, and who is two, really, because Wisconsin had like 6 guards leave the program or enter the transfer portal. I think they got one to come back, but whether through graduation or the transfer portal, you lost 6 of your guards. So those 2 Iowa players coming on over for the chance at more minutes, like you said, a 5-star recruit coming back on over is always good to see. But I think it's going to be one of those for Badgers women for a little bit here, where it's going to be a lot of transfer portal gets, as well as trying to get back in the inroads of Wisconsin high school recruiting, because we're seeing girls as they get recruited nationally now, and so like the talent is pretty good here in Wisconsin for girls basketball on the high school level. So it'll be nice to hopefully we can start getting to a point where the high school girls are coming in, and then you can just supplement with some transfers. But once again, it seems like because there's another, I forget what school she was from, but there's like 3 or 4 now in terms of transfer portal gets for women's basketball. But it'll be interesting to see. She went to the Robin Pigton went to the portal last year, and we saw, flat out call it success, whatever level you want to do that. But it's been a while since there was a postseason berth for Wisconsin of any kind. The BIT, which I found out about this year, and they made a semifinal appearance there, and by the end of it, even watching that game, it looked like you had just some tired bodies there of playing that long and having a little bit longer of a season. But I mean, as that keeps going, your team's going to get better, hopefully, as long as you can start keeping the team together. But once again, it might be a situation where women's basketball isn't really up to the standard of NIL. I think that's been a popular thing across the athletic department, because the former administration, I don't know what we want to call Sedberry, because he's kind of still part of the old one and not necessarily your new athletic director, but there was a fundamental shift last year, at least in the football portion. Hopefully that can start falling down to the rest of the athletic department and help create a system here where Wisconsin can be somewhat competitive in the NIL in terms of keeping athletes here or bringing in people. And you're never going to be like a top tier payout unless some of these former alums who are almost billionaires or people in the state of Wisconsin who just want to see athletics excel. There has to be a fundamental movement of that to happen before we can see something like what happened at Indiana, Michigan going out and buying their entire basketball team and things like that. So I don't know when, if, how that can happen, but we can definitely go out and be competitive in terms of getting mid-major basketball players here. With the spending this year in football, we saw an influx of talent. Eugene Hilton Jr. entered the portal, came back. I'm going to go ahead and say that's monetary, but Wisconsin, at least in football, and maybe this is dipping their toes into the water, is an experiment on paying more, and maybe we'll see what happens on field because the schedule does get a little easier this year. You're currently not going to face 5 of the 8 teams in the quarterfinals of the college football playoffs. So we'll see what happens here moving forward. But at least we're now seeing toes get dipped into how NIL actually works rather than just trying to, grassroots it and have the average Joe pay for everything. Now They get to just pay for debt relief for the athletic department.
Right. Yeah, no kidding. So, hey, speaking of football, I know a few of our listeners had mentioned this. I don't think you're probably going to be too surprised about it, but first time since 1978, RJ, no Badgers were drafted this past weekend. Obviously, some have signed undrafted free agent signings and have some mini camp invites and that. But were you that surprised to hear no Badger was drafted in 7 rounds this past weekend?
Not really. When you had like a draft projection, really only for Mason Reiger, and he was anywhere from 5 to 7, and then that didn't happen. So no. I mean, when you've had the kind of turnover and turmoil in the first few seasons here for Luke Fickell, it's hard to get a grasp on everything. So not really surprised. And I mean, you break a streak going back to 78 was the last time. So 79 until 2025. And you were only up there with the likes of Michigan, USC, Iowa. I loved everybody keeping Notre Dame on there, but they had to include the supplemental draft, which I don't think anybody includes the supplemental draft as a player being drafted from your school. So throw them out there. But like, they're on a list of 5. And it's one of those, like, I bet when people saw that, they're like, there's no way that's true.
Yeah.
Because even in the run there of some of the bad teams, because I mean, outside of early 80s, even some of those teams who weren't winning had All-Americans on them and people who actually went on and did pretty well in the NFL. But they had players who were set up, and not because Wisconsin did anything, but they got some good players that came here and played. So yeah, it's pretty amazing. Even in the Don Morton eras, you had guys drafted because I don't know how, but there were some good players on those teams. So right now, are there good players? Yes. There were also more rounds in the draft back in the day. So as that's gotten smaller, even having somebody getting taken in the 7th or whatever, it's a pretty good thing. And it just didn't happen this year, and hopefully we can start a new streak next year. And you can never get up to where Michigan and USC are. Both of them had a player drafted since the birth of the draft. So,
yeah.
I mean, what are you doing there?
Right.
But yeah, it's bummer to see something like they bring it up every year because they're like, oh, streaks continue for this. I mean, honestly, up until I saw it posted that the streak was broken, forgot about it. But it was also something of a little pride thing where you could be like, look at these 5 teams. What do they all have in common? They've had somebody drafted for 40 some odd plus years. So that's now done. But looking forward to seeing, at least in a couple of years, as long as players stay. I don't see how, Mason Posa and Cooper Catalano, if they have 2 more seasons and stay here, they'll be gone after their junior year, and I think they'd be drafted pretty high unless they're looked at all the other Badger linebackers who are now on 2 deeps or starting, and people are bragging about that and how underdrafted they were, but yet people will still not pick them because of where they go to school, not necessarily how good they are.
Right. Yeah. Sticking with football here, RJ, before we let you go here in a little bit, anything new from what you're hearing with football practice and such? I know there's been other, articles and such, but from your people that you've talked to, have anything different or new from last week since we last asked you?
No, not really. I mean, I've been reading and talking to people, and it's still, the offense had a really good day. The defense had a really good day. And conversely, you hear, the offense had a horrible day. But like we were talking last week with Ryan Hopkins, he's still looking like he's making strides, and everybody's wondering now, why is this guy here? I feel like he should have gone somewhere else. But so looking forward to seeing what he does as he's moving forward. Like I said last week, it's not like he's pushing for the number 1 spot. Who knows what can happen in terms of who knows if payment to players will determine playing time or not. But I think everybody's still under the impression that he can push for the number 2 spot here, because apparently his spring is still rolling along, and he's looking like a good get for the Badgers.
And then lastly, RJ, just kind of from a college sports perspective, I know they're talking about the eligibility rules with the 5 years of eligibility, age-based rules, and that sort of thing. Are you in favor of that? Because is it like 5 years since their high school graduation date that they would have to wrap up their collegiate careers?
I believe that's what it is. I don't know if that's going to be applied to every sport. So at some point, it does become a little different, because the Olympic sports, you're allowed to take Olympic red shirts. So you sit out, you go train for the Olympics, hopefully you make the Olympics, and you come back and then get back into your collegiate sport. So I there's different rules for different sports and all that. So I don't know if this is really just your money-making sports and really just basketball and football, or how that's going to be determined. But when you have people pushing 30 that are still in school and they know they won't be playing at the next level, it becomes, I don't even, take your red shirt and it's 4 years. I don't understand why we can't keep doing that.
Right.
Or go back to that. I mean, up before COVID, nobody had an issue with that.
Right.
So, I mean, just give me those, get 5 years of eligibility. Sure. But not being able to get 5 years worth of stats. It should be 4 years of eligibility with a redshirt year in there. I don't see why that is an issue, and it shouldn't be, hey, I played in NAIA, so I should get another year because I wasn't in the NCAA. that's through no fault of your own. You didn't get to NCAA Division 1, 2, or 3 college. It happens. But like, I don't see why that gives you an extra year because you didn't make it to the NCAA. Like, yeah, it should just be what it always has been before COVID hit. And then because some seasons were canceled, they gave people their extra year. It should have really stopped when that next freshman class came in and did have full seasons or even a partial season. You should have gone right back to, you have 4 years of eligibility and your redshirt year. That's all you get. Mm-hmm. And right now, the way things are getting exploited and you're suing teams and the NCAA and all that, really purely just money grabs at this point. So that's another one that needs to get situated. I mean, it's kind of hard to say there needs to be a cap on what spending can be, because right now it's really just Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
The rich will keep getting richer, and you have a pay gap to the teams in quote unquote smaller markets. So it'll be interesting to see what happens there. But I'd even go not 5 years of eligibility. You go back to, you have 4 seasons to play your sport, and if one of those ends up being you redshirt your freshman year, you still have 4 full seasons you can play after that. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, if that gets you to your senior year, you're 23, or depending on when you were born and you're an older senior, then you can be 25. If you get injury deferments and things like that, sure, I get that. And that's fine. That's happened before. There have been people who, due to injury, had been in college sports for 7 years, but still only had 3 to 4 years of statistical playing time. But I'd like to see things get more back towards what it was pre-COVID and figure something out with NIL, because when you have kids who still on their recruiting visits ask for a bag of money just to be on campus, at that point, I'd say I don't need to be talking to you about playing for my program, but that could be just me.
Yeah, no kidding. He's good stuff as always. RJ Cardinal breaking it down for us, Badgers and college sports. Dude, we appreciate the time as always, and enjoy the rest of the week, and we'll catch up with you next week. Okay, bud?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see you then.
You got it. There you go. RJ Cardinal. Good stuff as always with our dude. We got to take a quick break, but we'll be back here in just a little bit. Got to play a little catch up, so I do have another break before the top of the hour. So just giving you a heads up. So with that being said, let's kind of reset everything here, shall we? Let's final hour, final call for your Toyson Ford Grind My Gears Tuesday. So what's grinding your gears? Let us know. I'm not saying, but I'm just sayings. Your sports confessions. Also, Packers fans. Who's the veteran free agent that is out there that you would like to see Green Bay maybe bring in on a 1-year deal? Who is that person? Who is that player? All right. Hit us up. Let us know. Also, do you give Lucas Van Ness the 5th-year option? Do you tag him? Do you tag him? The deadline is this Friday. Also, you put yourself in Christian Watson's shoes. If the Packers, and try to take away your fan part of this, it's hard. Believe me, it is hard. But if you are in Christian Watson's shoes, do you take a contract extension now to kind of get that security? Or do you try to bet on yourself and see if you can maybe get a bigger deal in free agency or after this season? Which is it? So think about that for a little bit. Hit me up with some of your thoughts in the final hour. Also, kind of the fun topic that we've been having that we've had a lot of people chiming in about. And just because I was watching the Hogan documentary on Netflix last night, I'm thinking, okay, players outside of the NBA, outside of the NFL, outside of hockey, outside of baseball, sports figures. Who is kind of on the level like a Hogan that, sports culture wise? Because for me, the example I used, I was, as a kid, I was not a wrestling fan. I would not consider myself a wrestling fan or a diehard fan. I don't even remember watching a wrestling match. But I had the Hogan stuff. I had a Hogan wrestling buddy. I had the toys. I had the video games, Game Boy, Nintendo, and all that. Who's another sports figure that's kind of like, maybe you weren't a fan of that sport, but gosh darn it, maybe you were a fan of that sports person, or you had stuff, the swag or whatever. Who's kind of on that same level as that? We've had Tiger Woods picks. We've had Dale Earnhardt picks. We've had Michael Phelps picks. Those are probably the other popular ones. Who else are we missing? So resetting that, we'll hit that all up in the final hour. I got to take a quick break to wrap up the third quarter. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes. All right, just a couple minutes left till the top of the hour. We've got some news updates, and then we'll hit up the final hour of the program where we also will get back to some more Brewers chat as the Brew Crew getting set for game one of their 3-game set against the Diamondbacks. The Arizona Diamondbacks coming to Milwaukee. First pitch, 6:40. Coverage will begin 35 minutes prior on your radio dials of 105.1 FM and 790 AM. So you can check it out tonight, 6:05. See if the Brewers can maybe get on a little bit of a winning streak here, maybe get some offensive run support and, stack up some wins before they head on over to the East Coast to take on the Nationals this weekend. So Brewers are opening up the day today, though, in last place in the division, 3.5 back from the top-seeded Cincinnati Reds. So we'll talk some Brewers coming up in this final hour as well. But keep those. I threw out those questions. It's a lot of them. I get it. All right, I get it. But I want to hear your thoughts and your opinions. So hit me up. All right, I'll kick off the next hour with a little I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. You can send those right over too. Got news updates, and we'll be right back in just 2 minutes. All right, the fourth quarter, the final hour, kicks off right now on this Tuesday morning of April 28th. Thanks for hanging out with us and making us a part of your start. If you're just joining in, where the heck have you been? All right. We're going to get back to a little more baseball talk here as we get set for the Brew Crew taking on the Diamondbacks here tonight. So we'll check that out here. Or preview that, I should say, here in just a little bit, as Chad Patrick is on the mound for the Crew tonight. Brewers looking to pick up another win. That's 2. Get another one. That's 3. That's what we call what? A winning streak. So hopefully the Brewers can get on a little bit of a winning streak here soon. So we're still taking your thoughts on who is the veteran free agent out there that you would like to see your team, whether it's the Packers, Browns, Bears, Bengals, Lions, whatever. Whoever you are a fan of. Who is the veteran free agent or free agents that you would like to see your team maybe sign on a 1-year deal? So think about that for a little bit and share it with the rest of the class. Okay? Send me your grind my gears. Send me your sports confessions in the final hour, and also your I'm not saying, but I'm just saying. So I will say, so I'll lead off with mine. I'm not saying I'm being a homer, but I'm just saying I think Con Kneppel should have won the NBA Rookie of the Year over Cooper Flagg. Now, I could say I'm being a homer because Con's obviously from the state of Wisconsin, born in Milwaukee and such. And numbers-wise, okay, Cooper Flagg, 21 points per game, 6.7 rebounds, 4.5 assists. Solid. Con, 18.5 points per game, 5.3 rebounds, 3.4 assists. Also broke some three-point shooting records. To me, though, the biggest thing for me, the Hornets made the playoffs. And they went on that insane run to make the playoffs. They started off slow, but they went on that insane run. I know we're nitpicking. Both are very, 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 very talented players, really good players, and are probably going to be really good players for a long time in the league, in the association. But if I got a player that helped lead a team back to the postseason, I'm giving them a little bit of advantage. And I get that the vote was close and such. But, hey, I'm not saying that I'm being a homer, but I'm just saying I would have given my vote to Con if I had a vote. Just throwing it out there. Just throwing it out there. So. And it's always easy to give the Rookie of the Year to the number 1 overall draft pick. I mean, come on. A lot of those guys with the number 1 draft pick, they're already coming in with high expectations, and you're expecting them. And Cooper, we all knew was going to be great. So I mean, he kind of lived up to that. Con, boom. I know he was a lottery pick in that too, but still, come on. I think he surprised a lot of people more than what Cooper did this year. So I'm just saying, call me a homer. That's fine. But that's where my vote would have gone to. So send me your I'm not saying, but I'm just sayings. What do we got here? Some more Calais Campbell picks for the veteran free agent that people would like to see signed by the Packers. We've got Rasul Douglas. We got a Trayvon Diggs thrown up there. We've got somebody just saying a backup left tackle. Whoever that may be. That is from Kevin on our Shoe Doctors bullpen line. So, yeah, I do think going back to something that Goody said. Let me see if I can bring up a quick list here. Goody did say after the draft that he wishes that they would have been able, or kind of said that they tried to get a Y tight end, like an inline tight end. So that is maybe one position that I wonder if they're going to look at signing as another tight end. So let me see who's available out. I mean, David Njoku is available out there. Smith. Heck, Taysom Hill's going to be 36 years old. Holy moly. I'll tell you the guy that I wouldn't be surprised if they bring in. I mean, John Fitzpatrick is still there too, but Robert Tonyan Jr. is available. I wonder if they would maybe look at a guy like Will Dissly. Now, Will Dissly played for the Chargers last year, and he's not a big receiving threat, but he's a bigger tight end. He's listed here as 267. Just kind of looking at some of his offensive numbers. So he's a former 4th-round pick by Seattle in 2018. So last year, just 11 catches for 97 yards. But again, bigger dude. So I kind of wonder if that would be something that, if Goody really wanted to bring in a blocking tight end or an inline tight end, if that would be an option. Now, Mercedes Lewis is still out there. We know Matt LaFleur still, he's a big Mercedes Lewis fan, but I don't know if that would be the option. But I could see somebody like that maybe being the signing, a free agent signing by the Packers. And you look at the depth chart for Green Bay, and this is something that I'm going to hit up tomorrow. Give you a little bit of a heads up on homework assignment for tomorrow. But looking at the Packers depth chart and you're looking at the roster overall, what after the draft is now the biggest need, or the biggest, maybe not the biggest need, but maybe the biggest question mark or the biggest unknown? Is it running back? Because right now it's Chris Brooks and Marshawn Lloyd. And kind of look at it from a depth perspective, mostly from like the backups. Is it still offensive line? Has it changed from before the draft to now after the draft for you? But where I was going here with the tight end, obviously it's Tucker Kraft. They still got Luke Musgrave. After that, it's Josh Weil and then Drake Dabney. So, I wouldn't be surprised if one of those signings by Goody for a veteran free agent is going to be kind of a blocking tight end, if that's something he truly was trying to maybe look at in the draft here. So, but, this is kind of weird. Adam Schefter just posted this. The Steelers placed the rare right of first refusal tender on Aaron Rodgers, meaning that he can accept a 10% raise off of last year's salary, which would pay him about $15 million this season. And the Steelers also now have the right to match any offer sheet he would sign with another team. As another condition of the tender, Rodgers would only be able to sign with the Steelers once training camp begins. I wonder if they got word of another team maybe kicking the tires. I don't know who that team would be. But, that's just kind of weird. And maybe it's much ado about nothing. And they're just, covering all their tracks and, covering their bases and all that stuff. But that's a little interesting. This was the note sent to, this is from Schefter again, note about Aaron Rodgers that was sent to NFL teams. Unrestricted free agent Aaron Rodgers received the unrestricted free agent tender from his prior club, the Steelers, and remains eligible to sign with any club. The Steelers will receive exclusive negotiating rights for Rodgers if he does not sign by July 22nd or the first scheduled day of the first 2026 NFL training camp, whichever is later. If Rodgers signs with a new club before that date, he would be a potential comp free agent pick lost by the Steelers and a potential they would lose a comp pick gained by the new club if all other requirements are met under the compensatory draft system's rules. Interesting. I wonder who would be the other team that would be thinking about. I'm trying to think. What It's not the Cardinals. Like, why would he want to go with the Cardinals? Who's like a playoff team or a championship caliber team? It's not the Vikings anymore because of Kyler Murray. Man, I'm trying to think of it. Not the Browns. I don't think. Maybe it's nothing to do, but that's just, we're at this point in time after the draft, and now they put a tender on him. Interesting. Let me see if I can find a little bit more. All right, let's take a quick break. Talk some baseball and such coming up here after these quick words. It's grilling season, baby, and you don't have to look any further to get your supplies than heading over to our good friends at Mike's Star Market on the west side of Eau Claire. Whether it's some tasty, flavorful brats, or maybe you need to get some snack sticks for some quick snacks on the go, like if you're doing some ball game road trips, or maybe you want to get a good steak to fire up the grill, look no further than Mike's Star Market. And coming up with Barbecue Fest here in a couple weeks at the Northern Wisconsin State Fairgrounds, our good friends, Mike Star Market's going to be there, and I'll be there for a couple hours on Saturday too. So put that on your calendars for Barbecue Fest coming up May 15th through the 16th. So I'm going to be over there on May 16th for just a little bit from 11 to 1, and definitely looking forward to taste testing a lot of stuff over there, and you can too, and get to help decide and vote for the People's Choice Awards and such. So should be a lot of fun. You can check out the Northern Wisconsin State Fair's website for more details and a schedule of events for Barbecue Fest. So again, just head to nwsfa.com. All right, nwsfa.com. Right on the top, it says BBQ Fest. Click on that, and boom. Cornhole tournament info, vendors, live music, event schedule, the backyard griller competition. So looking forward to that coming up here in a couple weeks and hanging out with our good peeps from Mike's Star Market. Speaking of grilling and maybe doing a little tailgating and such, Brewers are back at it tonight as they take on the Arizona Diamondbacks. The Brewers opening up today in last place in the division. They're 3.5 games back from the Cincinnati Reds. Obviously, the NL Central, that is very competitive to open up the year. And we kind of went through some of the MLB.com's executives' picks, like most surprising and most disappointing, et cetera, et cetera. And they're still, because there was one category of, the playoff teams or who's going to win a division and such. And the Brewers still got the second most votes behind the Cubs in the NL Central. So even though the Brewers right now are in last place, I think there is still that feeling out there from people in Major League Baseball that Brewers be fine. And they're still going to be there at the end of it. And one of the executives actually mentioned, when, injuries really start to pile up for other teams, they made the case that they feel like the Brewers are in a better position. Pitching-wise, they've got the depth. There's no question about it. I think they're set there. It's just they don't have the depth right now from an offensive position player standpoint. And right now we are seeing the effects of that with no Jackson Cheerio in the lineup, no Christian Yelich in the lineup, no Andrew Vaughn in the lineup. We are seeing the effects of that. Terang and Contreras were doing all they could for the longest time, essentially leading this team from an offensive category. So now it just kind of came down to earth here a little bit, and they're just getting next to nothing from production from the left side of the infield. My guy, Sal Frelick, has been struggling, been a little inconsistent at the plate, taking walks in that, but still just the average is down, the OPS is down and such. So we need some help, or the Brewers need some help from that offensive side. And when you look at this matchup with the Diamondbacks, you look at where these teams rank from a pitching standpoint and an offensive standpoint. It's like strength versus strength and weakness versus weakness. The Brewers' offense is the weakness on their team. What is the weakness of the Diamondbacks? It's been their pitching. What is the strength of the Diamondbacks? It's been their offense. What is the strength of the Brewers? It's been their pitching. So which one is going to work out, or which one is going to have the advantage in this 3-game series? That's what's going to determine it. And we got Chad Patrick on the mound tonight. He's looking to bounce back from his loss against the Tigers in his previous outing. Tomorrow's going to be Brandon Sproat, and then Thursday will be Brandon Woodruff. Be nice when we look at this schedule here for the Brewers too. And the Diamondbacks are a solid team. They're 15-12, and they're in that competitive NL West division. So it's going to be a good series. It's going to be a tough series. When we look at the upcoming Brewers schedule, you got the Diamondbacks here to wrap up April. Then you've got the Nationals and then the Cardinals before you take on the Yankees and the Padres for 2 series at in American Family Field. Then you got a quick visit to the Twins. And then after that is Cubs-Dodgers. So I look at this, these next two series, next three, as really important. Actually, I'd say next two because I don't want to overlook the Cardinals. But with this, and I shouldn't even overlook the Diamondbacks either. But I guess I'm putting the Cardinals in a slightly different category because they're in the same division as the Brewers right now. But you got the Diamondbacks at home. You got to win that series. You go on the road to the Nationals. You got to enact a little revenge and take that series. Then you go to the Cardinals. It's going to be a tough one. You return home to the Yankees. Really going to be tough. Padres. Really going to be tough. Then you go to the Twins. Then you go to the Cubs. Tough. Follow that up with the Dodgers. You got to win the games that you're supposed to win. You got to win the series that on paper you should win. And that's why I feel like this series really important. Now, I'm not saying that the Brewers should be overwhelming favorites against the Diamondbacks by any stretch of the means, but at home, looking at what's coming up, got to get this series. And then definitely got to get this series against the Nationals on the road. Really important to do that. Because I look at this schedule coming up for May, and boy, you're talking about it opens up with the Nationals, but then the Cardinals, Yankees, Padres, Twins, Cubs, Dodgers, Cardinals again, and then you wrap it up with the Astros. That's a tough schedule in May. When you really look at it and where the teams are at and how the teams are performing right now in Major League Baseball, that is a tough schedule. Oh, if anybody's going to the okay. All right. If anybody is going to the Phillies game on June 14th, help a guy out. Apparently the giveaway, I didn't know this. How did I not know this? Apparently the giveaway is a sliding Sal Frelick jersey. So it's a jersey with the dirt stain. Help somebody out. Brandon's mom, are you going to that game? June 14th. It's a Sunday against the Phillies. If not, go to the game. And because that looks, how did I not know that? That would be like my go-to promotion. Oh, can I get a better picture of this thing? I got to see what this looks like. June 14th, June 13th. Oh, and it's only the first, it's the first 5,000 ticketed fans, 14 and under. That's it? Son of a gun. eBay is just going to have it probably hundreds and hundreds of dollars on there. Son of a gun. Well, maybe I'll take my kid. Probably not. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. But darn it, that'd be good. That'd be a good one to add to the man cave collection for sure. Hang it up on the wall. Heck yeah. Do it up. Do it up. All right. Tell you what. Oh, sorry. I got sidetracked here for a second. We're going to take a quick break, but final call for any Toyson Ford Grind My Gears Tuesdays. Final call for any, I'm not saying, but I'm just saying, and your confessions. I got to get to my sports confession yet. Final call for the veteran free agents you would like to see Green Bay go out there and get that are out there currently on this 1-year deal. Because I feel like there might be some veterans that are going to get like a 1-year, $10 million deal. Maybe a lot of incentives included. Maybe it's only like a $5 million, guaranteed portion. It's not going to be deals that are going to break the bank at this point in time. So, last chance to hit us up with your picks for that. Okay? So, let's take a quick break, and we'll be right back after these quick words. All right, we're nearing the end of this Tuesday program. Less than 30 minutes to go here. So, all right. See, I'm getting sidetracked here with some stuff that's going on right now. Social media stuff. All right, got to minimize that. All right, but anyways, yeah, less than 30 minutes to go to the top of the hour here. So, I'm going to save my confession to the final segment right before we get to some picks here too. So when we get to our picks segment to wrap it up. So big thanks. First of all, big thanks to everybody who sent in their I guess their names or suggestions. So first hour I kind of brought it up back in the 6 a.m. hour towards the back end there. But I was just kind of saying yesterday we got rained out from baseball and such, and had a chance to maybe watch a documentary, get caught up on that sort of stuff. And so I watched the Hogan documentary, which my boss was actually telling me to kind of watch in that. And it got me thinking because as a kid, I had a Hogan, some toys and a wrestling video game on Game Boy and Nintendo. And I wouldn't consider myself a wrestling fan. I honestly don't know if I've watched a full wrestling match. I don't know. And I don't know if I've ever watched a Hogan one, to be honest with you. But I had the Hogan stuff because I knew who he was and, cool and all that sort of stuff. And I'm like, okay, besides NFL, besides NBA, besides Major League Baseball, besides NHL, who'd you kind of put in that same category, like from a sports culture icon? And Tiger Woods is probably a very popular one of everybody who chimed in. Dale Earnhardt has been another popular one. Andre Agassi has been a name mentioned a few times. I saw Usain Bolt one. Michael Phelps was a popular one too. If we take away those four, Lionel Messi. Go to the soccer world. Soccer's right there, though. I almost want to take soccer off the board here too. But a lot of really interesting and good names. Tony Hawk was one. Shaun White was another. I thought those were, definitely. So thanks to everybody for sending in your picks because I was kind of curious to see how it would, what other names if I missed and such. And there definitely was a few. So big thanks for that. That was, I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot about that person. Oh yeah, I forgot about that one. So that was fun. Appreciate that. So, might hit that up as maybe a little bit more deeper in an upcoming episode of the Man Cave podcast. So maybe I'll hit that up. But, anyways, let's catch up on a few messages from you for the final call of free agents that you would like to see the Packers go out there again. Calais Campbell's probably been number one. I would say it's a tie between Rasul Douglas and Trayvon Diggs is maybe two. But Campbell has been the top one from everybody who chimed in. So back to the Lucas Van Ness question. Honestly, I'm not going to go through every text because we have quite a few of them. But if I'm doing kind of a simple math thing, it's probably a simple math look at 50-50 in terms of whether you think the Packers should pick up the fifth-year option or not for Lucas Van Ness. And that deadline is at the end of this week. At Friday. So and I don't envy Goody for trying to make that decision. I don't envy that. But I'll have to make that coming up Friday. And I can make the case for either or. I can make the case for him to pick up that option. I can make the case that he shouldn't make that. But, man. Interesting. It's going to be a tough decision for him. No question. But I'd say from everybody who chimed in, yeah, probably about 50-50 at this point in time. So, in terms of Christian Watson, that one's kind of been all over the place here too. And to those who have said, if I'm the Packers, I would not give him one until he proves that he's healthy. You're taking a big gamble on that. I mean, to be fair, you are taking a gamble on either way, but I don't think it's necessary. Green Bay wants to sign him to an extension. They have been vocal about that. They have been out there saying that they want that done. And I feel like they are going to get it done. It's just, if you don't, and you say, you've got to prove that he can be healthy. Okay. And I get that. I understand that sentiment. I get it. But if he does, he may price tag himself out of the equation. You're talking about maybe top 10 receiver money, which is what, 20-some, 30-some million dollars per year? And then what we're going to get to is there's going to be fans that are going to complain that it's too much. But that's the market. That's what the going rate is going to be. And that's why I feel like Green Bay probably wants to get the deal done now to try to save a little extra Benjamins. Is it a risk? Sure. Every contract right now always comes with a risk. Every single contract does. It comes with the risk from a team that they're investing a lot of money that hopefully this player plays up to it and doesn't get hurt. It also comes from the risk from the player himself saying, man, I outperformed my contract very early. There's risks all across the board in this thing. But I believe Green Bay would like to get it done now. And honestly, I've even seen some people say, if you're Christian Watson, he doesn't hit the practice field until he has a new deal. And I know some people are like, whoa, we got to remember it's a business. And if he's in that position to be able to kind of force the hand and get a pay raise, I get it. A lot of us, we can't do that at our jobs. We want a pay raise. I'm going to sit out till I get a pay raise. Well, then you're probably kicked to the curb. That's different in the NFL and different in sports. Some other players might just go about their work and go ahead and do it. But at the end of the day, it's still a business. And I wouldn't be surprised if Christian Watson maybe doesn't suit up or practice if preseason rolls around, if training camp rolls around and he doesn't have a new contract. It wouldn't surprise me at all. And I know it's going to ruffle the feathers of a lot of fans and such, but it is where it's kind of where it's at right now. But all right, tell you what, we'll take our final break. And we'll do some picks. All right, we'll do that. And then our sports confessions. So take a quick break, and we'll be right back after these few words. A little breaking news to open up the final segment. The Phillies have now fired their manager, Rob Thompson. Rob Thompson fired. So Don Mattingly is named the interim manager for the Phillies. So we saw the Red Sox firing Alex Cora. Now we got the Phillies firing their manager. Mets, I'd be a little bit nervous. But we'll see. Yeah, not even, first month in the season, we have already got two managers let go in Major League Baseball. So, all right, let's wrap it up here with some picks. Let's start off with some NBA playoffs. And again, last night we had Orlando taking down Detroit. They now lead that series at 3-1. Oklahoma City sweeping Phoenix, taking them down last night. And then Denver beats Minnesota. Minnesota still holding on to a 3-2 lead in that series. Tonight, with a win by the Celtics, they will take down Philadelphia and move on into the postseason. Atlanta and New York is also in action. That series is tied at 2 apiece. And then we've got Portland. I was going to say Borland. Portland taking on the Spurs. Spurs leading that series. I think Boston gets it done. They move on. I'm going to go with the Knicks to win tonight. And I think the Spurs also win and move on tonight. NHL, we got 3 games. Boston and Buffalo. Buffalo leads the series currently 3-1. I'm going to go with Buffalo to wrap it up tonight. Minnesota at the Dallas Stars. I'm going to go with the Wild tonight. They'll take a 3-2 lead in that series. And then Anaheim taking on Edmonton. I'm going to go with Edmonton to win to extend that series. And Anaheim will still hold the lead at 3-2. All right. We got a full slate of some Major League Baseball games, so let's get at it. Tampa Bay taking on Cleveland. Tampa Bay picked up the win yesterday, but I'll go with Cleveland to win tonight. We've got Houston taking on Baltimore. I will go with Baltimore. The Rockies taking on the Reds. I'm going to go with the Reds. San Francisco taking on the Phillies. New manager in place. Interim manager Don Mattingly. I'll go with the Phillies to win tonight. St. Louis versus Pittsburgh. St. Louis got the win last night against Pittsburgh. I'm going to go St. Louis again tonight. I don't know why. I'm going to go with the Cardinals. Boston and Toronto. Boston picked up the 5-0 win last night. I'm going to go with Toronto, though, this time. Washington and the Mets. I'll go with the Mets. Detroit and the Atlanta Braves. Give me the Braves. The Angels and the White Sox. White Sox got the win last night. I'll go Angels tonight. Seattle at Minnesota. The Twinnies picking up the win last night. We got Logan Gilbert versus Joe Ryan on the mound tonight. I'm going to go Seattle, though. We've got Yankees in Texas with Jacob deGrom on the mound. I'm going to go with the Rangers tonight. Cubbies at the Padres. Last night, it was the Padres with a 9-7 victory. Walker Buehler's on the mound. Edward Cabrera. I'm going to go Padres again. Royals versus Athletics. I'll go with the Royals. Miami taking on the Dodgers. Shohei versus Jansen Junk. I'm going to go with the Dodgers. And then the Brew Crew. We've got, it's Merrill Kelly, it says on ESPN, versus Chad Patrick. So Merrill Kelly, 1-1 with a 9.31 ERA. I'm going to go Chad Patrick and the Brewers to pick up the win tonight to get game 1 of this series. So that's my picks for tonight. Homework assignments for my confession really quick. I apologize to the NFL draft gods and the sports peeps out there. I was wrong on Ty Simpson. I confess. You all know. I will confess my sins on that. I got the Ty Simpson thought wrong. I thought if he was going to be in the first round, it was going to be back end, but I even still didn't know him. Woo! Top 15, number 13 overall. So I apologize. I was wrong. Won't be the last. But yeah, I confess. I completely blew that one. To be fair, though, I don't know if anybody really had Ty Simpson in the top 15, but still, I was wrong. So, all right. Looking at tomorrow's, we are making a turn coming your way tomorrow. We what do we got on the docket here for tomorrow? Well, hopefully we're talking about a Brewers win first off, and then looking ahead to game 2 with Brandon Sproat on the mound. For Packers-wise, I do want to take a look at the roster overall and think about this. Study the roster tonight, okay? This is part of your homework assignment. Study the roster and take a look at it and see where is maybe the biggest question mark now after the draft. Or maybe your biggest concern. Is it still the same issues or the same position groups that maybe you had at the beginning of the draft? Were some of your questions answered after the draft? So I want to take a look at that. It is a Mike Star market. Am I wrong? Think about this. Think about your sports takes, your sports opinions, your sports thoughts, where you'd be like, am I wrong for thinking that the Packers had a really good draft? Am I wrong for thinking that, Brewers are in big trouble? Whatever the case may be. That's your homework assignment. And then give me the game changer, your Hy-Vee game changer of the week. That could be a draft pick. Maybe you think it's a pick from this past weekend's draft. You're like, dude, that pick is going to be a game changer for this team. Or that's going to be a game changer for that quarterback for getting that weapon. And then it's a little inside the hobby, so we'll hit that up coming up here too. So, but that's going to be your homework assignments for you tomorrow. Big thanks. Big thanks for everybody for participating and tuning in and giving me your answers to our questions. And I like it. Really enjoy it when you guys are able to contribute and such. So please continue to do that. And hopefully we'll get some of your Mike Star markets, am I wrong, for tomorrow, and your Hy-Vee game changers. And again, take a look at that Packers roster and kind of look at the depth chart and look at the different areas and kind of tell me who or what position group that maybe you have the biggest question mark or the biggest concern surrounding. Who is it? Okay? Who is it right now? Or what is it, I should say? And were any of those concerns or questions answered after the draft? Or maybe you still have the same ones. Reminder, Brewers tonight, 6:40 is going to be first pitch. You can check it out on the radio dials at 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Also, pregame coverage will begin at 6:05. 6:05. So, again, radio dials, got to listen to the game on the radio dials, not online because we're not allowed to. So, but Chad Patrick, again, will be on the mound, and hopefully the Brew Crew can pick up that win. Hopefully today, too, we'll find out a little bit more about Jackson Churio on a potential return from him. Once we get some of the guys or the gals, media peeps, talking to Pat Murphy and such, maybe we'll get a little bit of an update, hopefully soon, on Jackson Churio. Because I think this has gone even a little bit longer than what the Brewers. I know initially it was mid-April, but now they're talking about beginning of May, and, well, that's coming up this weekend. So hopefully, rather soon here for Jackson Churio. But, oh, yeah, a lot of the news right now is surrounding this. Okay, so the two biggest ones here, what is shit? So, yeah, okay. The Aaron Rodgers, the Steelers placing the rare unrestricted free agent tender on Aaron Rodgers, meaning that he can accept a 10% raise off of last year's salary, which would pay him about $15 million. He would only be able to sign with the Steelers once training camps begin. So that thing dropped this morning. And then, obviously, the Phillies firing their manager, Bob Nightingale, saying the Phillies are Don Mattingly's team for now, with no plans to bring in Alex Cora or anyone else at this juncture. So, all right, shot clock's going to cut me off. Coming up here in a minute. Have a good rest of your day. Again, a big thanks, everybody, to all of you who contributed. So thanks for that. Keep it coming, all right? We're going to start to award some participation points, especially for tomorrow for Inside the Hobby, because we'll have some more card giveaways. I got to dig through the bag from our listener, Paul, to find out what card we're going to be giving away tomorrow. There's still some sweet ones in there. So maybe even some old school packs for people to rip open in that. So we'll get to that coming your way tomorrow. But enjoy the rest of the day. All right. Enjoy the rest of the day. We'll be back at it. Same place, same time from the TDS Sports Talk Studios tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. And man, I hope we can open it up talking about a Brewers win. I know it's early in the season, but I don't like seeing the Crew last place in the division. We got a lot of games to go here, but man, I want to see them climbing back up on that roster. So, or on that depth standings list. Excuse me. I got roster depth charts on my mind because talking about Packers depth charts and that. So, but anyways, have a good rest of your day. Same place, same time, tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. We'll chat with you